There are hidden worlds beneath our feet that defy imagination. From the ingenious tunnel systems of Vietnam that sheltered entire communities during conflict, to Cold War bunkers hidden beneath luxury resorts, tonight we're descending into the underground mysteries that reveal the extraordinary lengths humans will go to survive, hide, and thrive beneath the surface of our world. Before we begin our descent, here's a quick note. The visuals in this video aren't necessary to enjoy the stories. They add context, but you can follow along perfectly through the audio alone. Feel free to let this play in the background while you work, relax, or even fall asleep to these fascinating underground mysteries. And if you'd like to support me making these videos, consider subscribing to the channel. So settle in, get comfortable, and prepare to explore the hidden world that exists right beneath our feet. Let's begin our journey through 4 hours of underground mysteries. Deep beneath the rolling hills of Colombia, carved into the heart of an ancient salt mine, lies one of the world's most extraordinary underground churches. The Salt Cathedral of Zipaquirá isn't just a place of worship. It's a testament to human ingenuity, faith, and the mysterious ways in which the sacred and the subterranean can intertwine. But how did this incredible structure come to exist hundreds of feet below ground? And what secrets does it hold within its salt-carved walls? The story begins not with religion, but with salt. For centuries, the indigenous Muisca people knew about the salt deposits hidden beneath the earth near what is now Zipaquirá, a small town about 30 miles north of Bogotá. They harvested this precious mineral long before Spanish colonizers arrived, creating a thriving trade network that stretched across the Colombian highlands. Salt wasn't just valuable for preserving food. It was currency, power, and life itself. When the Spanish arrived in the 1600s, they quickly recognized the value of these salt mines. They expanded the mining operations, digging deeper and deeper into the earth, following veins of pure salt that seemed to stretch endlessly into the darkness. For hundreds of years, miners descended into these tunnels, carving out chamber after chamber, creating a vast underground network that would eventually span over 200 kilometers. But mining salt is dangerous work. The tunnels are dark, the air can be toxic, and cave-ins are always a threat. Miners needed protection, both physical and spiritual. In 1950, a group of miners decided to create a small altar in one of the chambers, dedicated to the Virgin of the Rosary, the patron saint of miners. It was a simple shrine, carved directly into the salt wall, where workers could pray for safety before beginning their shifts. Word of this underground chapel spread quickly. Miners from other sections began visiting, adding their own prayers and offerings. The small shrine grew, and soon, informal religious services were being held deep beneath the earth. There was something magical about this place, something that seemed to amplify the sense of the sacred. Perhaps it was the way sound echoed through the salt chambers, or the ethereal glow of candlelight reflecting off the crystalline walls. Whatever it was, people felt closer to the divine in this underground sanctuary. By 1954, the informal chapel had grown so popular that church authorities decided to officially consecrate it as a proper church. The Salt Cathedral of Zipaquirá was born, becoming the first underground Catholic church in the world. But this was just the beginning of its story. The original cathedral was beautiful in its simplicity. Miners had carved crosses and religious scenes directly into the salt walls, creating artwork that seemed to glow from within. The natural acoustics of the space were extraordinary. A whispered prayer could be heard clearly from one end of the chamber to the other, while the echo of hymns seemed to dance through the tunnels like ghostly voices. For nearly 40 years, this original cathedral served as a place of pilgrimage and wonder. Thousands of visitors descended into the mines each year, marveling at this unique fusion of industry and spirituality. But as the years passed, structural concerns began to emerge. The constant flow of visitors, combined with the natural shifting of the salt deposits, was putting stress on the tunnels. By the early 1990s, engineers determined that the original cathedral was no longer safe for large numbers of people. Rather than abandon this underground wonder, Colombian authorities made an extraordinary decision. They would build a new cathedral, even deeper in the mines, using modern engineering techniques while preserving the mystical atmosphere that made the original so special. The project would take years and cost millions of dollars, but the result would be nothing short of spectacular. Construction of the new Salt Cathedral began in 1991. The project was unlike anything attempted before, creating a massive underground church that could safely accommodate hundreds of visitors while maintaining the sacred atmosphere of the original. Engineers had to consider everything from air circulation to structural stability, all while working in the challenging environment of an active salt mine. The new cathedral was designed as a symbolic journey through the Christian faith. Visitors would begin their descent at ground level, following a path that represents the journey of Christ. The first stop is the Stations of the Cross, 14 chapels carved into the salt walls, each depicting a scene from Christ's crucifixion. These aren't simple religious scenes. They're masterpieces of underground art, illuminated by carefully placed lighting that makes the salt walls seem to glow with inner fire. As visitors continue deeper into the earth, they pass through chambers dedicated to the birth and life of Christ. The craftsmanship is extraordinary, religious scenes carved with such detail and precision that they rival the great cathedrals of Europe. But there's something uniquely powerful about seeing these scenes carved into the living rock, as if the earth itself is telling the story of faith. The journey culminates in the main cathedral, a vast chamber that can hold up to 8,000 people. The ceiling soars 40 feet above, supported by massive salt pillars that were left in place during the excavation. 3 naves stretch into the distance, each representing one of the persons of the Trinity. At the center stands a massive cross, carved from the salt itself and illuminated to create an ethereal glow that seems to emanate from within the stone. But perhaps the most remarkable feature of the Salt Cathedral is the way it interacts with light. The walls are made of pure salt, which means they reflect and refract light in extraordinary ways. The cathedral's lighting system was designed to take advantage of this, creating an atmosphere that shifts and changes throughout the day. Sometimes the walls seem to glow like moonlight on snow. Other times they shimmer with rainbow hues as the light catches different crystal formations in the salt. The acoustics are equally remarkable. The cathedral was designed to enhance the natural sound properties of the salt chambers. A whispered prayer at the altar can be heard clearly in the furthest pews, while the sound of hymns seems to surround visitors, coming from the walls themselves. Musicians who perform in the cathedral speak of an almost supernatural quality to the sound, as if the earth itself is joining in their worship. Since its completion in 1995, the Salt Cathedral has become one of Colombia's most popular tourist destinations, attracting over 600,000 visitors each year. But it's not just a tourist attraction. It remains an active place of worship, with regular masses held in this underground sanctuary. Couples come from around the world to be married in its ethereal chambers, while pilgrims arrive seeking spiritual renewal in its salt-carved halls. The cathedral has also become a symbol of Colombian ingenuity and cultural identity. It represents the country's ability to transform its natural resources into something beautiful and meaningful. The fact that it was built entirely by Colombian workers using Colombian materials makes it a source of national pride. But the Salt Cathedral holds mysteries beyond its obvious religious significance. Visitors often report unusual experiences in the underground chambers, a sense of profound peace that seems to emanate from the walls themselves, or moments of spiritual clarity that feel almost supernatural. Some describe feeling as if they're not just inside a building, but within the earth itself, connected to something ancient and powerful. Scientists have studied these phenomena, and some believe they may be related to the unique properties of salt. Salt has been used for purification rituals in many cultures throughout history, and some researchers suggest that the high concentration of minerals in the cathedral's walls may have subtle effects on human physiology and psychology. The negative ions produced by salt deposits are known to have calming effects, while the stable temperature and humidity of the underground environment create ideal conditions for meditation and reflection. There are also theories about the geological significance of the site. The salt deposits at Zipaquirá are millions of years old, formed when this region was covered by an ancient sea. Some researchers suggest that being surrounded by such ancient materials may trigger something primal in human consciousness, a connection to the deep history of our planet that we're only beginning to understand. The cathedral's location deep underground also creates unique atmospheric conditions. The air pressure is different from the surface, and the complete absence of natural light creates a sensory environment unlike anywhere else on Earth. Some visitors describe a feeling of being suspended in time and space, disconnected from the outside world in a way that allows for profound introspection. Local legends add another layer of mystery to the cathedral. Some say that the salt mines were considered sacred by the Muisca people long before Christianity arrived in Colombia. They believed that the underground chambers were portals to the underworld, places where the spirits of the dead could communicate with the living. While there's no historical evidence for this, the idea persists, and some visitors claim to sense the presence of these ancient spirits in the cathedral's quiet chambers. The construction of the cathedral itself revealed some intriguing mysteries. Workers discovered unusual formations in the salt deposits, chambers and tunnels that seemed too regular to be natural, yet showed no signs of human carving. Some of these formations were incorporated into the cathedral's design, adding to its otherworldly atmosphere. Geologists have studied these formations, but haven't been able to definitively explain their origins. There are also questions about the long-term stability of the structure. While the new cathedral was built with modern engineering techniques, salt is a dynamic material that continues to shift and change over time. Engineers monitor the structure constantly, but they can't predict exactly how it will evolve over the coming decades. In a sense, the Salt Cathedral is a living structure, slowly changing as the salt deposits around it continue their ancient geological dance. The cathedral has also become a center for scientific research into underground environments. Researchers study everything from the behavior of salt deposits to the effects of underground environments on human psychology. The stable conditions in the cathedral make it an ideal laboratory for certain types of experiments, and the constant flow of visitors provides researchers with a unique opportunity to study human behavior in underground spaces. Some of the most intriguing research has focused on the cathedral's acoustic properties. The way sound behaves in the salt chambers is unlike anywhere else on Earth, and acoustics experts have studied the phenomenon extensively. They've discovered that the cathedral's acoustics change subtly throughout the day as temperature and humidity fluctuations cause the salt walls to expand and contract slightly. This means that the same piece of music played at different times will sound slightly different, adding to the cathedral's mystical atmosphere. The Salt Cathedral has also inspired artists and writers from around the world. The combination of natural beauty, spiritual significance, and underground mystery has captured imaginations in ways that its builders never anticipated. Painters, photographers, musicians, and poets have all found inspiration in its salt-carved chambers, creating works of art that attempt to capture something of its ethereal beauty. But perhaps the greatest mystery of the Salt Cathedral is the way it affects people on a deeply personal level. Visitors from all backgrounds and beliefs report profound experiences in its chambers, moments of clarity, peace, or spiritual connection that seem to transcend religious boundaries. Whether this is due to the unique physical environment, the spiritual significance of the space, or something more mysterious, the Salt Cathedral continues to touch people in ways that are difficult to explain. The cathedral also raises questions about the relationship between the sacred and the secular, between human faith and the natural world. Here is a place where industry and spirituality have merged, where the tools of mining have been transformed into instruments of worship. The miners who first carved that simple altar in 1950 probably never imagined that their underground shrine would become one of the world's most remarkable religious sites. As we consider the Salt Cathedral of Zipaquirá, we're left with questions that go beyond its physical structure. What is it about underground spaces that seems to amplify the sense of the sacred? Why do so many cultures throughout history have traditions of underground worship? And what does the cathedral's continued popularity tell us about humanity's ongoing search for spiritual connection in an increasingly secular world? The Salt Cathedral stands as a testament to human creativity, faith, and the mysterious ways in which we interact with the natural world. Carved from the earth itself, illuminated by artificial light that makes ancient salt deposits glow like stars, it exists in a realm that seems to bridge the gap between the physical and the spiritual, between the ancient and the modern, between the darkness of the underground and the light of human faith. 43 meters beneath the streets of Moscow, hidden beneath layers of concrete and steel, lies one of the Cold War's most secretive installations. Bunker 42, known officially as the Tagansky Protected Command Point, was built to house the Soviet leadership in the event of nuclear war. For decades, its existence was one of the USSR's most closely guarded secrets. Today, it stands as a haunting reminder of a time when the world balanced on the edge of nuclear annihilation, but it also holds mysteries that go far beyond its official purpose. The story of Bunker 42 begins in the early 1950s, in the aftermath of the United States' development of nuclear weapons. Soviet leadership realized that in the event of atomic war, Moscow would be among the primary targets. The Kremlin, the seat of Soviet power, would need protection unlike anything the world had ever seen. The answer lay not in building up, but in building down deep underground, where even the most powerful nuclear weapons of the era couldn't reach. Construction began in 1956, during the height of the Cold War tensions. The project was shrouded in absolute secrecy, known only to a handful of top officials and the workers who built it. Even today, many details about its construction remain classified. What we do know is that it was an engineering marvel, requiring the excavation of thousands of tons of earth and rock, all while maintaining complete secrecy in the heart of one of the world's most closely watched cities. The bunker was designed to be completely self-sufficient. It could house up to 3,000 people for months at a time, with its own power generation, air filtration systems, food storage, and communication networks. The complex consists of multiple levels connected by a maze of tunnels and corridors that stretch for kilometers underneath Moscow. Some estimates suggest the facility covers an area larger than several city blocks, though the exact size remains classified. Access to the bunker was through carefully disguised entrances scattered throughout the city. The main entrance was hidden beneath what appeared to be an ordinary apartment building. Visitors would enter through a seemingly normal door, descend several flights of stairs, and then continue down through a series of airlocks and security checkpoints until they reached the main complex 43 meters below street level. The bunker's design reflected the paranoia and secrecy of the Soviet era. Corridors were deliberately maze-like to confuse potential intruders, while multiple blast doors could seal off sections of the complex in case of emergency. The walls were lined with lead to protect against radiation, and the entire structure was designed to withstand a direct nuclear hit. Emergency ventilation systems could filter out radioactive particles, while backup power generators could operate for months without external fuel supplies. But Bunker 42 wasn't just a shelter. It was a command center from which the Soviet Union could continue to function even in the midst of nuclear war. The facility housed sophisticated communication equipment that could maintain contact with military units across the USSR and around the world. War rooms were equipped with maps, plotting tables, and early computer systems that could track the movement of military forces and coordinate responses to enemy attacks. One of the most intriguing aspects of the bunker was its communication capabilities. The facility was connected to a vast network of underground cables and radio transmitters that could reach every corner of the Soviet Union. Some researchers believe this network was more extensive than officially acknowledged, possibly connecting to similar facilities in other major cities. The exact capabilities of this communication system remain unknown, as much of the equipment was removed or destroyed when the facility was decommissioned. The bunker operated throughout the Cold War, maintained in a state of constant readiness. Staff members worked in shifts, maintaining equipment, running drills, and preparing for a war that thankfully never came. The psychological pressure on these workers must have been enormous. They spent their days preparing for the end of the world, surrounded by the constant reminder that nuclear war could begin at any moment. Life inside Bunker 42 was designed to be as normal as possible under extraordinary circumstances. The facility included sleeping quarters, dining areas, medical facilities, and even recreational spaces. The air was recycled through advanced filtration systems, while artificial lighting attempted to simulate natural daylight cycles. Despite these efforts, many workers reported feeling disconnected from the outside world during their shifts underground. The bunker's existence became public knowledge only after the end of the Cold War, when Soviet authorities began declassifying some of their most sensitive military installations. Even then, many details remained secret. It wasn't until 2006 that the facility was partially open to the public as a museum, allowing ordinary citizens to see for themselves the elaborate preparations that had been made for nuclear war. Today, visitors to Bunker 42 can tour portions of the facility, though large sections remain restricted. The experience is both fascinating and unsettling, walking through corridors where Soviet officials once planned for nuclear war, seeing equipment that was designed to coordinate the destruction of entire cities, and imagining the psychological pressure that must have weighed on everyone who worked there. But the bunker holds mysteries that go beyond its official purpose as a Cold War command center. Former workers have reported strange phenomena in the deeper sections of the facility areas that remain off-limits to tourists and researchers. Some describe hearing sounds that couldn't be explained by the facility's mechanical systems, while others report temperature fluctuations that don't correspond to the bunker's environmental controls. There are also questions about the bunker's true size and capabilities. Official records indicate that the facility covers several thousand square meters, but some researchers believe it may be much larger. Ground-penetrating radar has detected what appear to be additional chambers and tunnels beyond the known areas of the complex. Some theories suggest that Bunker 42 may be connected to other underground facilities throughout Moscow, creating a vast subterranean network that has never been fully mapped. The bunker's connection to Moscow's metro system adds another layer of mystery. Several metro stations were reportedly built with emergency access points to underground military facilities, and some researchers believe Bunker 42 is connected to this network. If true, it would mean that Soviet officials could travel throughout the city underground, invisible to surveillance and protected from attack. One of the most persistent mysteries surrounding the bunker involves its communication systems. While much of the equipment was removed when the facility was decommissioned, some pieces were left behind. Visitors have reported that certain rooms still contain active electronic equipment, though its purpose is unclear. Some speculation suggests that portions of the bunker's communication network may still be operational, though for what purpose remains unknown. The psychological effects of working in such an environment have been the subject of considerable study. Former bunker personnel report a range of unusual experiences, from vivid dreams to feelings of disorientation that persisted even after returning to the surface. Some researchers suggest that the combination of artificial lighting, recycled air, and constant psychological pressure may have created unique conditions that affected human consciousness in ways we're still trying to understand. There are also reports of classified experiments that may have taken place in the bunker's deeper levels. While these claims are difficult to verify, some former personnel have suggested that the facility was used for research into everything from advanced communication systems to psychological warfare techniques. The secrecy surrounding these alleged experiments means that the full truth may never be known. The bunker's design also raises questions about the true expectations of Soviet leadership regarding nuclear war. The facility was clearly built to last. Its construction suggests that officials expected not just to survive nuclear war, but to continue governing for extended periods afterward. This raises disturbing questions about Soviet war planning and the extent to which leadership was prepared to sacrifice the general population to maintain their own survival. Archaeological evidence from the construction site has revealed some intriguing details about the bunker's history. Workers have discovered artifacts from earlier time periods buried beneath the facility, including items from the Tsarist era and even earlier periods. Some of these artifacts suggest that the site may have had strategic importance long before the Cold War, raising questions about why this particular location was chosen for such a sensitive installation. The bunker's ventilation system is another source of mystery. The facility was designed with multiple air intakes and filtration systems, but the exact layout of these systems remains classified. Some researchers believe the ventilation network may extend far beyond the bunker itself, possibly connecting to natural cave systems or other underground structures. The complexity of this system suggests that considerable effort was made to ensure the bunker could remain habitable, even in the most extreme circumstances. Temperature readings from various parts of the bunker have revealed some puzzling anomalies. While most areas maintain the expected temperature range, certain sections are significantly warmer or cooler than they should be based on the facility's environmental systems. These temperature variations don't correspond to the location of heating or cooling equipment, and their cause remains unexplained. The bunker's electrical systems also present some mysteries. While most of the facility runs on standard power, certain areas appear to have been designed for much higher electrical loads than would be necessary for basic operations. Some researchers speculate that this extra capacity may have been intended for equipment that was never installed, or for systems that were removed when the facility was decommissioned. Records of the bunker's operational history reveal some intriguing gaps. While official documentation covers most of the Cold War period, there are several years where records are either missing or heavily redacted. These gaps coincide with some of the most tense periods of the Cold War, including the Cuban Missile Crisis and the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. It's possible that activities during these periods remain classified, or that the records were destroyed for security reasons. The bunker's water supply system is another source of questions. The facility was designed to be completely self-sufficient, yet the water storage capacity seems insufficient for the number of people it was designed to house. This suggests that the bunker may have had access to underground water sources, possibly natural springs or connections to Moscow's water distribution system. The exact nature of these water sources remains unclear. Former personnel have reported that certain areas of the bunker were restricted even to authorized personnel. These high-security zones required special clearance and were reportedly used for the most sensitive activities. What exactly took place in these areas remains unknown, as the few people who had access to them have remained silent about their experiences. The bunker's medical facilities were reportedly quite advanced for their time, including surgical equipment and quarantine areas. This suggests that planners expected to deal with radiation sickness and other effects of nuclear war. However, some of the medical equipment found in the bunker appears to be designed for purposes beyond treating radiation exposure, leading to speculation about other types of research that may have taken place there. The psychological profile of bunker personnel is another area of ongoing interest. Workers were reportedly subjected to extensive psychological screening before being assigned to the facility, and many underwent regular mental health evaluations during their service. The criteria for these evaluations and their results remain classified, but they suggest that authorities were deeply concerned about the psychological effects of working in such an environment. As we explore the mysteries of Bunker 42, we're confronted with questions that go beyond its role as a Cold War command center. What really happened in its restricted areas? How extensive is the underground network beneath Moscow? And what secrets might still be hidden in its classified records? The bunker stands as a testament to the paranoia and preparation that defined the Cold War era, but it also represents something more profound: humanity's attempt to survive its own destructive capabilities. In building this underground fortress, Soviet leaders acknowledged the terrible possibility that civilization itself might need to retreat beneath the earth to survive. The fact that such elaborate preparations were made reminds us how close the world came to nuclear war, and how thin the line was between survival and annihilation. Today, Bunker 42 serves as both a museum and a warning, a reminder of a time when the world's superpowers prepared for mutual destruction, and a testament to the human capacity for both incredible engineering and terrible folly. Its mysteries continue to fascinate researchers and visitors alike, offering glimpses into a secret world that most people never knew existed, and raising questions about what other secrets might still lie hidden beneath our feet. Beneath the bustling streets of Paris, beyond the elegant cafes and historic boulevards, lies a hidden world that most visitors never see. Deep underground, stretching for miles in every direction, is a vast network of tunnels and chambers carved from limestone centuries ago. These are the Paris catacombs and the ancient quarries that birthed them, a subterranean labyrinth that holds secrets darker and more mysterious than most people realize. The story begins in the 12th century, when Paris was a growing medieval city hungry for building materials. The limestone beneath the city was perfect for construction, soft enough to quarry by hand, yet strong enough to build the great cathedrals and monuments that would define Paris for centuries to come. What started as small excavations gradually expanded into an enormous underground network, with miners following the limestone deposits deeper and deeper into the earth. For over 600 years, workers descended into these tunnels with little more than candles and hand tools, carving out the stone that would become Notre Dame, the Louvre, and countless other Parisian landmarks. But as the city above grew, the underground workings became increasingly complex and dangerous. By the 18th century, the quarries had become a maze of interconnected passages stretching over 200 miles beneath the city. The limestone extraction wasn't just about building materials. The quality of Parisian limestone was renowned throughout Europe, and the quarries became a significant source of wealth for the city. Different areas produced different grades of stone, from the finest building blocks used in royal palaces to rougher stone for everyday construction. The quarrymen developed an intimate knowledge of the underground geography, understanding which tunnels led where and which chambers held the best stone. But the extensive quarrying created a problem that city officials couldn't ignore. The ground beneath Paris was becoming increasingly unstable. Buildings began to crack and sink as the underground voids weakened the foundation of the city. Streets collapsed without warning, swallowing horses and carriages. The situation became so dangerous that King Louis XVI established the inspection of quarries in 1777, tasked with mapping and reinforcing the underground network. It was during this period that one of the most macabre chapters in Parisian history began. The city's cemeteries were overflowing, creating serious public health concerns. Bodies were buried in mass graves, and the smell of decay permeated entire neighborhoods. Something had to be done, and city officials came up with a solution that would transform the abandoned limestone quarries into something far more sinister. In 1786, authorities began the massive undertaking of moving millions of bodies from Parisian cemeteries into the underground quarries. Night after night, carts filled with human remains rolled through the streets, disappearing into tunnel entrances scattered throughout the city. The bones weren't simply dumped underground. They were carefully arranged in elaborate displays that turned the quarries into the world's largest ossuary. The workers who arranged these bones created something both beautiful and haunting. Walls of femurs and tibias stretch for hundreds of yards, punctuated by artistic arrangements of skulls that seem to watch visitors with empty sockets. Some chambers feature heart-shaped patterns made entirely of human skulls, while others display bones in geometric designs that took months to complete. The craftsmanship is remarkable, yet the purpose remains unsettling. What makes these catacombs truly mysterious isn't just the scale of the bone arrangements, but the stories of what else lies hidden in the tunnels. During World War II, both the French resistance and German forces used different sections of the catacombs for secret operations. Resistance fighters established hidden bunkers and communication centers in chambers far from the official tour routes. German soldiers built their own underground facilities, including what some claim was a command center that has never been fully explored. But the wartime uses of the catacombs only added to mysteries that were already centuries old. Urban explorers and historians have documented strange chambers that don't appear on any official maps, rooms filled with symbols and inscriptions that no one has been able to fully explain. Some tunnels seem to extend far beyond the known boundaries of the quarries, disappearing into darkness that even modern exploration hasn't fully penetrated. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Paris underground is the existence of what locals call the lost rooms. These are chambers that were sealed off during various periods of the quarry's history, either due to instability or for reasons that weren't recorded. Some were deliberately hidden during the French Revolution, when political refugees used the tunnels to escape persecution. Others may have been sealed to hide valuable artifacts, or even treasures from various periods of Parisian history. The quarrymen themselves left behind clues about their underground world that historians are still trying to understand. Carved into tunnel walls are names, dates, and symbols that span centuries of excavation. Some inscriptions are straightforward records of who worked in particular areas and when. Others are more cryptic, featuring symbols that may have been guild marks, religious references, or personal messages whose meaning has been lost to time. Temperature in the catacombs remains constant at around 57 degrees Fahrenheit year-round, creating a perfectly preserved environment that has maintained artifacts and inscriptions for centuries. This consistent climate means that items left in the tunnels hundreds of years ago can still be found in remarkable condition, leading to ongoing discoveries that shed new light on the underground world's history. Modern exploration of the quarries has revealed architectural features that suggest some areas were designed for purposes beyond simple stone extraction. Certain chambers have vaulted ceilings and decorative elements that seem more suited to gathering spaces or workshops than mining operations. Some historians believe these may have been meeting places for secret societies or religious groups that use the underground network for activities they couldn't conduct openly above ground. The official catacombs tour covers only a tiny fraction of the underground network, perhaps 1% of the total tunnels. The vast majority remains off-limits to the public, patrolled by special police units who monitor the tunnels for unauthorized entry. But urban explorers known as cataphiles continue to find ways into the restricted areas, documenting chambers and passages that reveal new mysteries about the underground world. Among the most intriguing discoveries made by these explorers are rooms that appear to have been modified long after the quarrying stopped. Some chambers contain stone furniture carved directly from the walls, suggesting they were used as living spaces or meeting rooms. Others feature elaborate drainage systems and ventilation shafts that indicate sophisticated engineering beyond what would be needed for simple mining operations. The sound environment in the catacombs adds another layer of mystery. The limestone walls create unique acoustic properties that can carry whispers for hundreds of yards while muffling other sounds completely. Some explorers report hearing footsteps or voices from areas where no one else is present, leading to speculation about whether the tunnel acoustics can transmit sounds across vast distances, or if there's something more supernatural at work. Water management in the quarries reveals engineering knowledge that seems advanced for the time periods when much of the work was done. Complex drainage systems channel groundwater away from the main tunnels, and some chambers feature elaborate pumping mechanisms that kept working areas dry even far below the water table. The sophistication of these systems suggests that whoever designed them had a deep understanding of underground hydrology and engineering principles. Archaeological evidence from the quarries includes tools and artifacts that paint a picture of daily life for the underground workers. Personal items left behind by quarrymen provide insight into their working conditions and the dangers they faced. Candle holders, rope fragments, and hand tools tell the story of men who spent their entire working lives in darkness, following limestone veins deeper and deeper into the earth. Some of the most mysterious aspects of the Paris underground relate to maps and documentation that seem to be incomplete or deliberately obscured. Official records of the quarrying operations are surprisingly sparse for such a massive undertaking, leading historians to wonder whether some activities were kept secret even from city authorities. Certain tunnel systems don't appear on any known maps, yet they clearly connect to the main network and show evidence of extensive use. The geological structure of the Paris underground reveals patterns that don't always match what would be expected from simple limestone extraction. Some tunnels follow geological features that wouldn't have been visible to medieval quarrymen, suggesting either remarkable intuitive understanding of underground geology or the existence of earlier exploration that guided later excavation efforts. Modern scientific analysis of the limestone quarries has revealed evidence of much older human activity than the documented medieval mining operations. Chemical analysis of certain areas shows signs of metalworking and other industrial activities that predate the known history of the quarries. This suggests that humans may have been using the underground spaces for various purposes long before the systematic limestone extraction began. The preservation of organic materials in the stable underground environment has led to discoveries that challenge some assumptions about medieval life in Paris. Textile fragments, wooden tools, and even food remains found in sealed chambers provide glimpses of daily life from centuries past. Some of these artifacts come from time periods that aren't well documented in surface historical records, making the underground finds particularly valuable for understanding the city's past. Legends and folklore surrounding the Paris catacombs include stories that may contain kernels of historical truth buried beneath centuries of embellishment. Tales of hidden treasures, secret societies, and underground rivers running through the quarries persist among both historians and urban explorers. While many of these stories are clearly fantastical, some elements align with documented historical events or archaeological discoveries. The spiritual and religious aspects of the underground network extend beyond the famous bone arrangements. Various chambers contain religious symbols and altars that suggest the tunnels were used for worship by different groups throughout history. Some of these religious sites appear to predate the Christian period, raising questions about whether the limestone caves served spiritual purposes long before they became quarries. Modern security measures in the catacombs are necessary not just to protect visitors and prevent damage, but also because the underground network continues to yield discoveries that have historical and archaeological significance. Unauthorized exploration can damage delicate formations and disturb archaeological sites that researchers haven't yet had the opportunity to properly study and document. The Paris underground represents one of the world's largest human-modified underground environments, a testament to centuries of human activity beneath one of the world's great cities. Yet despite extensive exploration and study, it continues to yield surprises and mysteries that remind us how much we still don't know about our own history. The limestone quarries that began as simple sources of building material evolved into something far more complex, an underground world that reflects the full scope of human activity from practical mining to spiritual worship to wartime resistance. As Paris continues to grow and change above ground, the underground network remains largely frozen in time, preserving secrets and stories from across the centuries. Each new discovery in the tunnels adds another piece to the puzzle of understanding not just the history of Paris, but the broader story of how humans have adapted and used underground spaces throughout history. Hidden within the rolling hills of southern Pennsylvania, carved deep into solid granite, lies one of America's most secretive military installations. Raven Rock Mountain Complex, known to those who built it as the underground Pentagon, represents one of the most ambitious and mysterious construction projects in United States history. What began as a Cold War bunker has evolved into something far more complex, a subterranean fortress whose true capabilities and purpose remain largely classified even today. The story of Raven Rock begins in the early 1950s, when the reality of nuclear warfare shifted American military thinking in fundamental ways. The Soviet Union had successfully tested its first atomic bomb in 1949, and military planners realized that traditional above-ground command centers would be vulnerable to nuclear attack. The Pentagon, despite its size and importance, could be destroyed by a single well-placed nuclear weapon, potentially decapitating America's military leadership in one strike. President Harry Truman authorized the construction of an alternate military command center that would be able to survive even a direct nuclear attack. The site chosen was Raven Rock Mountain, located near the Maryland-Pennsylvania border, approximately 6 miles north of Camp David. The mountain's solid granite composition made it ideal for excavation, while its location provided quick access to Washington, D.C., while remaining far enough away to survive an attack on the capital. Construction began in 1951 under a veil of secrecy that continues to this day. The project was officially designated as the Alternate Joint Communications Center, but workers and local residents simply called it Site R. The excavation required removing over 1 million tons of granite from the mountain's interior, creating a series of interconnected tunnels and chambers that would house what was essentially an underground city. The scale of the construction was staggering, especially considering the technology available in the early 1950s. Workers used explosives to blast through the granite, then hauled away debris through a network of tunnels that eventually extended for miles within the mountain. The main excavation created chambers large enough to house multiple buildings, complete with their own power systems, water supplies, and air filtration facilities. Security during construction was unlike anything seen in previous military projects. Workers were subjected to extensive background checks and were required to sign confidentiality agreements that remained binding decades after their work was completed. Many construction details were compartmentalized, meaning individual workers knew only about their specific tasks and had no overall picture of what they were building. The complex was designed to be completely self-sufficient for extended periods. Underground reservoirs were carved to store millions of gallons of water, while massive diesel generators were installed to provide independent power generation. Air filtration systems were built to withstand chemical and biological attacks, as well as nuclear fallout. Food storage areas were designed to supply thousands of personnel for months without resupply from the surface. What makes Raven Rock particularly mysterious is the extent to which its construction seems to have exceeded the publicly stated purpose of serving as an alternate Pentagon. Intelligence analysts and researchers who have studied the facility estimate that the underground complex covers far more area than would be necessary for military command and control functions alone. Satellite imagery and geological surveys suggest that the excavation may extend much deeper into the mountain than officially acknowledged. The facility became operational in 1953, just as the Cold War was intensifying. During this period, Raven Rock served as a backup command center for the Joint Chiefs of Staff and other senior military officials. In the event of a nuclear attack on Washington, key personnel would be evacuated to the underground facility where they could continue to coordinate military operations and government functions. But the true capabilities of Raven Rock remained largely theoretical until the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962. During those tense days in October, when nuclear war seemed a real possibility, senior military officials actually relocated to the underground facility and conducted operations from within the mountain. This was the first time Raven Rock was used for its intended purpose, and the experience revealed both the facility's strengths and areas where improvements were needed. Following the Cuban Missile Crisis, significant modifications were made to the facility. New communications equipment was installed to ensure connectivity with military units worldwide, while expanded living quarters were built to accommodate larger numbers of personnel for longer periods. These modifications required additional excavation, further expanding the underground network in ways that have never been fully disclosed to the public. The geological challenges of building within Raven Rock Mountain created engineering problems that required innovative solutions. The granite, while providing excellent protection against nuclear attack, proved difficult to work with in some areas where natural fractures and fault lines created structural complications. Engineers had to develop specialized techniques for reinforcing excavated chambers and ensuring long-term stability of the underground structures. Ventilation within the facility presented unique challenges that pushed engineering capabilities of the time. The underground complex needed massive air circulation systems that could operate independently of surface air sources, while also providing filtration against various types of attacks. The ventilation systems installed at Raven Rock were among the most sophisticated ever built, featuring multiple redundant systems and emergency backup capabilities. During the 1970s and 80s, Raven Rock underwent significant technological upgrades as computer and communication systems became more central to military operations. These upgrades required extensive modifications to the underground facility, including the installation of sophisticated electronic equipment that required specialized environmental controls and electromagnetic shielding. Some of these modifications involved excavating new areas within the mountain to house equipment that hadn't existed when the facility was originally designed. The end of the Cold War in the early 1990s raised questions about the continued need for facilities like Raven Rock. However, rather than being decommissioned, the facility appears to have been adapted for new missions and threats. Intelligence reports suggest that significant construction and modification work continued throughout the 1990s and into the 21st century, indicating that Raven Rock's role has evolved rather than diminished. Following the September 11th attacks, Raven Rock gained renewed importance as a critical component of America's continuity of government planning. The facility's ability to provide secure, hardened command and control capabilities became relevant not just for nuclear scenarios, but for various types of attacks and disasters. This led to another round of modifications and upgrades that expanded the facility's capabilities in ways that remain classified. One of the most intriguing aspects of Raven Rock is the extent of the tunnel network that extends beyond the main facility. Geological surveys and satellite imagery analysis suggest that tunnel systems may connect Raven Rock to other underground facilities in the region, potentially including Camp David and other government installations. The existence and extent of these connections remain highly classified, but the evidence suggests a much larger underground network than is publicly acknowledged. The logistics of maintaining a facility like Raven Rock create their own mysteries. Supply deliveries, personnel rotations, and equipment maintenance all require regular access to the underground complex. Yet these activities are conducted with such operational security that local residents and researchers have been unable to document the full extent of ongoing operations. The facility clearly remains active and operational, but the specifics of its current mission and capabilities are closely guarded secrets. Workers and contractors who have been inside Raven Rock, even decades after their access ended, remain reluctant to discuss details of what they saw. This ongoing secrecy is maintained through a combination of legal agreements, security clearance requirements, and what appears to be a genuine culture of discretion among those who have been trusted with access to the facility. The few details that have emerged over the years suggest a complex that is far larger and more sophisticated than most people realize. The electronic and communication capabilities housed within Raven Rock are believed to be among the most advanced in the world. The facility reportedly includes communication systems that can reach any point on the globe, as well as sophisticated computer systems for command and control functions. The electromagnetic shielding built into the mountain protects these systems from electromagnetic pulse attacks that could disable conventional facilities. Archaeological evidence from the Raven Rock area suggests that the mountain has been significant to human activity for much longer than the Cold War-era construction. Native American artifacts found in caves and overhangs around the mountain indicate that the area was used for shelter and possibly ceremonial purposes for centuries before European settlement. Some of these natural caves may have been incorporated into or connected with the modern underground facility. The environmental impact of creating Raven Rock was significant, but largely hidden from public view. The massive excavation produced enormous amounts of granite debris that had to be disposed of without revealing the scale of the construction project. Much of this material was reportedly used for road construction and other infrastructure projects throughout the region, effectively hiding the evidence of the underground excavation in plain sight. Power requirements for Raven Rock are substantial and have grown over the decades as the facility's electronic systems have become more sophisticated. The facility reportedly maintains its own power generation capabilities that are independent of the civilian electrical grid, ensuring continued operation even during widespread power outages. The specifics of these power systems, including their fuel sources and generating capacity, remain classified. Water sources for the facility present both logistical and security challenges. While underground reservoirs provide some water storage, a facility of Raven Rock's size likely requires ongoing water supply from surface sources. The infrastructure required to provide this water, while maintaining operational security, adds another layer of complexity to the facility's operations. Natural springs and groundwater sources within the mountain may provide some supply, but the full details of the water systems remain unknown. The medical facilities within Raven Rock are believed to be extensive, designed to provide complete healthcare for thousands of personnel over extended periods. This would require not just basic medical equipment, but also surgical facilities, pharmacy capabilities, and possibly even laboratory equipment for diagnostic purposes. The medical staff and equipment required to maintain these capabilities represent a significant ongoing operational commitment. Food storage and preparation facilities within the mountain must be capable of feeding thousands of people for months at a time. This requires not just storage space, but also extensive kitchen facilities, food preparation areas, and waste management systems. The logistics of maintaining fresh food supplies while preserving operational security add another dimension to the facility's operational complexity. Living quarters within Raven Rock are designed to provide basic accommodation for personnel who may need to remain underground for extended periods. These facilities must balance efficiency with the psychological needs of people living in an underground environment for weeks or months at a time. The design and layout of these living areas reflect both practical considerations and lessons learned about the challenges of long-term underground habitation. Transportation within the facility requires its own infrastructure, including vehicle tunnels large enough to accommodate trucks and other equipment. The network of tunnels and roadways within the mountain must be designed to handle not just normal operations, but also emergency evacuation procedures. The existence of multiple entrances and exits provides both operational flexibility and security redundancy. The ventilation systems at Raven Rock must handle not just normal air circulation, but also emergency situations, including fire suppression and contamination containment. These systems are among the most sophisticated ever installed in an underground facility, featuring multiple levels of filtration and emergency backup capabilities. The engineering required to create these systems pushed the boundaries of what was possible with 1950s technology. Security systems within Raven Rock are believed to be among the most advanced in the world, featuring multiple layers of access control, surveillance, and intrusion detection. These systems must protect not just against external threats, but also against insider threats and unauthorized access to classified areas within the facility. The specifics of these security measures remain highly classified, but their sophistication is reflected in the facility's reputation as one of the most secure locations in the United States. The ongoing evolution of Raven Rock reflects changing threats and technologies over more than 7 decades of operation. What began as a Cold War bunker designed primarily to survive nuclear attack has evolved into a multi-purpose facility capable of supporting various types of government and military operations. This evolution has required continuous modification and expansion of the underground complex, much of which remains hidden from public view. Modern satellite imagery and ground-penetrating radar technology have revealed some details about the extent of Raven Rock's underground construction, but much remains hidden beneath the Pennsylvania mountain. The facility represents one of the most significant underground construction projects in American history, yet its full extent and capabilities remain among the government's most closely guarded secrets. As threats and technologies continue to evolve, Raven Rock likely continues to adapt and expand, maintaining its role as a critical component of America's national security infrastructure, while preserving the mysteries that have surrounded it since construction began over 70 years ago. Deep beneath the towering limestone cliffs of Gibraltar lies a secret world that most visitors never see. While tourists admire the famous rock from the outside, few realize that beneath their feet stretches one of the most extensive tunnel systems ever carved by human hands. These aren't natural caves worn away by water over millennia. These are deliberate passages, hewn from solid rock with such precision and purpose that they transformed a simple outcrop into an impregnable fortress. The story of Gibraltar's tunnels begins in the 18th century, but it reaches back to something far more primal than military strategy. It speaks to humanity's ancient desire to burrow into the earth, to create hidden spaces where secrets can be kept and survival can be ensured. What makes Gibraltar's underground network so remarkable isn't just its size, though that is impressive enough. It's the fact that these tunnels were carved entirely by hand, using tools that would be considered primitive by today's standards. Yet they created a labyrinth so complex that even today, not all of its passages have been fully mapped. The Great Siege of Gibraltar began in 1779, and it would last for nearly 4 years. The Spanish and French forces had surrounded the British stronghold, cutting off supply lines and bombarding the fortress from land and sea. The situation was desperate. The British garrison, under the command of General George Augustus Elliot, faced a choice: surrender or find a way to fight back against overwhelming odds. It was then that someone had an idea that would change the nature of warfare forever. What if they could tunnel through the rock itself and create gun positions that would be impossible for the enemy to reach? The concept was audacious. The limestone of Gibraltar is hard, unforgiving rock. There were no mechanical drills, no explosives powerful enough to blast through stone with ease. Everything would have to be done by hand, using hammers, chisels, and an enormous amount of human determination. The work began with a small team of miners, many of them from Cornwall, where men had spent generations digging deep into the earth for tin and copper. They knew rock, they understood how to read the stone's weaknesses, and they possessed the kind of patience that comes from working in darkness. The first tunnel, known as the Upper Galleries, was intended to be a single passage leading to a gun position that could fire down upon the Spanish lines. But as the miners worked, they discovered something unexpected. The sound of their hammering echoed strangely through the rock, suggesting that there were natural fissures and cavities within the limestone. These weren't large enough to be called caves, but they were spaces that could be expanded, connected, turned into something larger. What started as a single tunnel grew into a network. The miners, working by candlelight in air thick with rock dust, began to create not just gun positions but living spaces, storage areas, and passages that connected different parts of the rock. The work was dangerous beyond imagination. Cave-ins were a constant threat. The air was often so thick with dust that men could barely breathe. And always there was the fear that they might break through into a Spanish tunnel, for intelligence suggested that the enemy was also attempting to dig beneath the rock. The physical demands of the work were staggering. Each day, the miners would descend into the darkness carrying their tools, their food, and their water. The temperature in the tunnels was constant, but that didn't make it comfortable. In summer, the heat was oppressive. In winter, the cold seemed to seep into their bones. The work was slow, measured not in yards per day, but in feet. Sometimes, when the rock was particularly hard, progress was measured in inches. But progress was made. As the siege continued above ground, the tunnel network below grew steadily. The miners developed techniques for working in the confined spaces, ways of supporting the tunnel roofs that would prevent collapses, methods for removing the tons of rock debris that accumulated as they worked. They created ventilation systems that brought fresh air deep into the tunnels, and they carved out chambers that could serve as underground hospitals, ammunition stores, and even sleeping quarters. The breakthrough came not through planning but through accident. While working on one of the upper tunnels, the miners broke through the outer face of the rock much earlier than expected. Instead of seeing this as a setback, the military engineers realized they had discovered something valuable. The accidental opening provided a perfect gun position, one that was completely protected from enemy fire while offering an excellent view of the Spanish lines. This discovery led to a change in tactics. Instead of trying to create a single tunnel to a predetermined position, they began working multiple tunnels at different levels, each one designed to create gun positions at various heights on the rock. The Spanish and French forces had no idea what was happening beneath their feet. From their perspective, it seemed as though the British had found a way to make guns appear from solid rock. Cannons would suddenly open fire from positions that hadn't existed the day before. The psychological effect was as important as the military one. How do you fight an enemy who can literally emerge from the stone itself? The daily routine of the tunnel workers during the siege was grueling beyond modern comprehension. They would wake before dawn in their underground quarters, eating a breakfast of hardtack, and whatever preserved meat was available. The air in the sleeping chambers was stale and thick, barely breathable after a night of 20 or 30 men sharing the same confined space. By the light of flickering candles, they would gather their tools and make their way deeper into the growing network of passages. The tools themselves were simple but effective. Heavy iron hammers, some weighing as much as 20 pounds, were used to drive steel chisels into the rock. The work required not just strength but skill. An experienced miner could read the grain of the limestone, finding the natural fracture lines that would allow him to split away large chunks of stone with minimal effort. But even with this knowledge, progress was painfully slow. A good day might see a team of 4 men advance their tunnel by 3 or 4 feet. A bad day, when the rock was particularly stubborn or when tools broke, might see no progress at all. The noise in the tunnels was constant and deafening. The sound of hammers striking chisel echoed through the passages, multiplied by the hard stone walls, until it became a thunderous cacophony that could be heard throughout the entire network. Men working in different tunnels could communicate by the rhythm of their hammering, developing a crude but effective code that allowed them to coordinate their efforts even when they couldn't see each other. Ventilation was a constant problem. The tunnels were dug at different levels, and hot air would rise while cool air sank, creating unpredictable air currents that could leave some areas without any fresh air at all. Men would sometimes collapse from lack of oxygen, overcome by the stale air and the physical demands of their work. The engineers tried various solutions, creating air shafts where possible and using bellows to force fresh air into the deeper passages. But it was an ongoing battle against the natural tendency of the tunnels to become suffocating traps. The removal of rock debris was perhaps the most challenging aspect of the entire operation. Every piece of stone that was chiseled away had to be carried out of the tunnels by hand. There were no mechanical conveyors, no carts that could navigate the narrow, uneven passages. Everything was done with baskets and human muscle. Teams of men would form chains, passing baskets of rock debris from hand to hand until it reached the surface. The amount of rock removed was staggering. By the end of the siege, hundreds of tons of limestone had been carved away and hauled out of the tunnels. The psychological toll of the work was as significant as the physical demands. Men were working in conditions of almost complete darkness, in confined spaces that pressed in on them from all sides. The constant threat of cave-ins created a level of stress that was difficult to manage. Some men developed what would today be recognized as claustrophobia, becoming unable to work in the deeper, narrower passages. Others seemed to thrive in the underground environment, becoming so accustomed to the darkness that they moved through the tunnels with an almost supernatural ability to navigate by touch and sound alone. The success of the tunnel system during the Great Siege established a precedent that would be followed for centuries. When the siege finally ended in 1783, the British had not only held Gibraltar but had pioneered a new form of fortress warfare. The tunnels had proven their worth beyond any doubt. But this was just the beginning. The knowledge gained during the siege would be applied and expanded in the decades that followed. Throughout the 19th century, the tunnel system continued to grow. New passages were added, existing ones were expanded, and the entire network became more sophisticated. The introduction of gas lighting in the 1840s revolutionized work in the tunnels, making it possible to work more efficiently and safely in the underground environment. Better ventilation systems were installed, using steam-powered fans to move fresh air through the passages. The tunnels were connected to the surface through multiple entrances, creating a complex that could function independently of the world above. By the end of the 19th century, the Gibraltar tunnel system had evolved far beyond its original military purpose. The passages were being used for storage, for workshops, and even for civilian purposes. The stable temperature and humidity of the underground environment made the tunnels ideal for storing supplies that might deteriorate on the surface. Wine cellars were carved into the rock, taking advantage of the cool, consistent conditions. Workshops were established where craftsmen could work without being affected by the weather above ground. But it was during the First World War that the strategic importance of the tunnels became fully apparent. Gibraltar's position at the entrance to the Mediterranean made it a crucial base for Allied naval operations. The tunnels provided secure storage for munitions and supplies, safe from enemy air raids or naval bombardment. New passages were dug to accommodate the increased military activity, and the entire system was modernized with electric lighting and improved ventilation. The expansion continued during the interwar period, but it was the Second World War that would see the most dramatic growth of the tunnel system. The threat of aerial bombardment and the strategic importance of Gibraltar as a base for operations in North Africa led to an unprecedented expansion of the underground facilities. By the end of the war, Gibraltar contained over 34 miles of tunnels, creating an underground city that could house 16,000 people. The wartime expansion of the tunnels required techniques and tools that the 18th century miners could never have imagined. Pneumatic drills made it possible to cut through rock at speeds that would have amazed the original tunnel builders. Explosives were used carefully to blast out larger chambers, though much of the work was still done by hand to maintain the precision required for such a complex project. The tunnel network became a three-dimensional maze, with passages running not just horizontally through the rock, but vertically as well, connecting different levels and creating a system that was virtually impossible to map completely. The logistics of the wartime construction were staggering. Everything had to be brought down through the mine shafts, including massive pieces of equipment that had to be disassembled on the surface and reassembled underground. Concrete was mixed in underground chambers, using limestone aggregate quarried from the tunnel construction itself. Steel reinforcement was shaped and welded in underground workshops, creating support structures that would hold up the expanded tunnel system. During the war, the tunnels served purposes that went far beyond simple military storage. They housed an entire underground command center, complete with communication equipment that could coordinate Allied operations across the Mediterranean. The operations rooms were carved deep into the rock, protected by multiple layers of stone and concrete from any possible attack. Map rooms contained detailed charts of the entire Mediterranean theater, constantly updated as military operations progressed. There were underground hospitals with operating theaters carved from solid rock. These medical facilities were equipped with the most modern equipment available, capable of handling casualties from across the theater of operations. The operating theaters were ventilated with filtered air systems that maintained sterile conditions even in the dusty environment of the tunnels. Recovery wards were carved into the rock, providing quiet, temperature-controlled environments where patients could recuperate. There were ammunition stores that could supply the garrison for months. These storage areas were designed with multiple safety systems, including blast doors that could contain explosions and fire suppression systems that could flood the chambers with inert gas if necessary. The ammunition was stored in carefully controlled conditions, with temperature and humidity monitoring to ensure that the explosives remained stable and reliable. There were living quarters for thousands of soldiers, complete with kitchens, mess halls, and even recreational areas. The living spaces were designed to make life underground as comfortable as possible, with ventilation systems that provided fresh air and lighting systems that mimicked natural daylight cycles. The mess halls could serve thousands of meals per day, with food prepared in underground kitchens that were equipped with modern cooking facilities. Perhaps most remarkably, there was an underground water supply system. The tunnels included reservoirs carved into the rock that could store millions of gallons of fresh water. This wasn't just a matter of convenience, it was a matter of survival. If Gibraltar were cut off from outside supplies, the garrison could survive underground for an extended period, supplied entirely by resources stored within the rock itself. The water systems included pumping stations, filtration facilities, and distribution networks that could supply water to every part of the tunnel system. The engineering challenges of creating such a complex system were immense. The tunnel builders had to account for the natural structure of the limestone, working with the grain of the rock rather than against it. They had to create ventilation systems that could provide fresh air to thousands of people living and working deep underground. The ventilation systems used a combination of natural air currents and mechanical fans to move air through the tunnels, with multiple backup systems to ensure that fresh air would always be available. They had to solve problems of drainage, ensuring that water wouldn't accumulate in the lower levels and flood the tunnels. The drainage systems included pumps, sumps, and drainage channels that could handle both groundwater seepage and condensation from the air conditioning systems. The systems were designed with multiple redundancies, ensuring that even if primary pumps failed, backup systems could prevent flooding. They had to create electrical systems that could power lights, fans, and communication equipment throughout the network. The electrical systems were designed to be completely independent of surface power supplies, with underground generators and battery backup systems that could provide power for extended periods. The wiring systems were protected against damage from blasting operations and were designed to be easily repaired or upgraded as needed. One of the most impressive aspects of the tunnel system was its redundancy. There were multiple routes between any 2 points, ensuring that if one passage were blocked by a cave-in or enemy action, alternative routes would still be available. The tunnels were designed with multiple entrances and exits, making it virtually impossible for an enemy to seal off the entire system. Even if large portions of the tunnel network were compromised, the remaining sections could still function independently. The work was not without its casualties. Cave-ins, though rare, did occur. The constant dust in the air led to respiratory problems for many of the workers, with silicosis becoming a common occupational hazard. The physical demands of the work, combined with the psychological stress of working in confined spaces far from natural light, took a toll on everyone involved. Yet the work continued, driven by the knowledge that the survival of Gibraltar itself might depend on the completion of the tunnel system. The acoustic properties of the tunnels were remarkable and sometimes problematic. Sound traveled through the rock in unexpected ways, creating a natural communication system that allowed workers in different parts of the network to stay in contact with each other. Conversations in one tunnel could sometimes be heard clearly in another tunnel hundreds of yards away, thanks to the way sound waves propagated through the limestone. But this same property also meant that security was a constant concern. Conversations in one part of the tunnel system might be overheard in another, completely unrelated area. Workers had to be constantly aware of what they said and where they said it. As the war progressed, the tunnels took on functions that had never been anticipated. They became storage areas for classified documents, with entire chambers dedicated to housing sensitive intelligence reports and operational plans. These document storage areas were equipped with climate control systems to preserve the papers and security systems to prevent unauthorized access. They housed communication centers that coordinated not just military operations, but also diplomatic activities. The communication centers were equipped with the most advanced radio and telegraph equipment available, capable of maintaining contact with Allied forces around the world. The tunnels became, in effect, an underground embassy, a place where representatives of different Allied nations could meet in complete security. Conference rooms were carved into the rock, equipped with maps, charts, and communication equipment that allowed military and political leaders to coordinate strategy. These rooms were designed with acoustics that prevented eavesdropping and security measures that ensured complete privacy. After the war, much of the tunnel system was sealed off, deemed no longer necessary for military purposes. But the rock had been permanently changed. The limestone that had stood for millions of years had been transformed into something new, something that existed nowhere else on Earth. The tunnels had created a hybrid of natural and artificial space, a place where human engineering had merged with geological formation to create something entirely unique. The sealing process itself was a major undertaking. Thousands of tons of concrete were used to seal entrances and block off sections of the tunnel system that were no longer needed. But the sealing was selective. Key portions of the system were maintained and upgraded, kept ready for potential future use. The locations of these maintained sections remain classified to this day. Today, portions of the tunnel system are open to the public, but these represent only a small fraction of the total network. The public tour follows carefully planned routes through selected tunnels, showing visitors some of the most impressive chambers and gun positions. But even these public areas give only a hint of the true extent of the system. Most of the tunnels remain sealed, their exact extent known only to a few military historians and engineers. Maps of the complete system are classified, and there are persistent rumors that some portions of the tunnels were never properly documented. that there are passages carved during the Second World War that were forgotten in the chaos of the post-war period. Construction workers occasionally discover new entrances or passages during routine maintenance work, suggesting that the full extent of the tunnel system may never be completely known. The mystery deepens when you consider the workers who built these tunnels. Many of them were local civilians, recruited for the war effort and sworn to secrecy about their work. After the war, they returned to their normal lives, carrying with them memories of an underground world that officially didn't exist. Some of them, in their later years, would speak quietly about passages they remembered, about chambers they had helped to carve that weren't on any official map. Their stories, often dismissed as the confused memories of old men, may actually represent accurate accounts of portions of the tunnel system that were never officially recorded. The geological impact of the tunnel system is something that scientists are still trying to understand. The removal of thousands of tons of rock from the interior of Gibraltar has subtly changed the rock structure. There are theories that the tunnels have affected the way rainwater moves through the limestone, possibly creating new underground water courses. Some geologists believe that the tunnel network has made the rock more susceptible to seismic activity, though there's no definitive proof of this. What makes the Gibraltar tunnels truly mysterious is not just their extent or their complexity, but the fact that they represent a type of engineering that exists nowhere else in the world. Other nations have built underground fortifications, but none on this scale, and none with this level of integration between natural and artificial structures. The Tunnels of Gibraltar exist in a category of their own, a testament to human determination and ingenuity that borders on the incredible. The question that haunts anyone who studies the Gibraltar tunnels is simple: what else is down there? Despite decades of exploration and mapping, new passages are still occasionally discovered. Workers performing routine maintenance will sometimes break through into previously unknown chambers. Construction projects on the surface occasionally reveal tunnel entrances that weren't on any map. The rock continues to yield its secrets slowly, reluctantly, as if it were guarding mysteries that were never meant to be fully revealed. 2 kilometers beneath the Canadian wilderness, buried deeper than most people will ever venture, lies one of the most extraordinary scientific instruments ever built. The Sudbury Neutrino Observatory isn't just underground, it's in another world entirely. A world where the very fabric of the universe reveals its secrets, where particles that barely interact with anything else finally have nowhere to hide. But what exactly is hiding down there in the depths of an old nickel mine? And why did scientists choose to bury their most sensitive equipment so far from the light of day? The answers take us on a journey into the invisible realm of particle physics, where the smallest building blocks of reality dance through our bodies every second without us ever knowing they're there. The story begins not with the observatory itself, but with a problem that had been puzzling scientists for decades. Deep inside the sun, nuclear fusion creates enormous amounts of energy, but it also produces something else, something far more mysterious. Trillions upon trillions of nearly massless particles called neutrinos stream out from the sun's core every second, racing through space at nearly the speed of light. By the time they reach Earth, they're so abundant that about 100 billion of them pass through every square centimeter of your body every single second. Yet despite this cosmic bombardment, neutrinos are the ultimate ghosts of the particle world. They have almost no mass, no electric charge, and they barely interact with ordinary matter at all. A neutrino can pass through the entire Earth as if it weren't even there. In fact, most neutrinos will travel through light years of solid lead without hitting a single atom. This makes them incredibly difficult to detect, but it also makes them incredibly valuable to scientists who want to peer into the heart of the sun and understand the nuclear processes happening there. For years, scientists had been trying to catch these elusive particles, but there was a problem. Every experiment designed to detect solar neutrinos was finding far fewer than theoretical predictions suggested they should. It was as if 2/3 of the neutrinos that should have been reaching Earth had simply vanished. This became known as the solar neutrino problem, and it represented either a fundamental flaw in our understanding of how the sun works, or a fundamental gap in our knowledge of neutrinos themselves. By the late 1980s, it was clear that solving this mystery would require something unprecedented. A detector so large and so sensitive that it could catch enough of these ghostly particles to provide definitive answers. But there was another challenge. The Earth is constantly being bombarded by cosmic rays, high-energy particles from space that create a shower of secondary particles when they hit our atmosphere. These cosmic ray particles could easily be mistaken for neutrinos, contaminating any experiment trying to detect them. The solution was elegant and extreme. Go underground, deep underground. The deeper you go, the more rock and earth there is above you to shield your experiment from cosmic rays. But how deep is deep enough? The answer, it turned out, was deeper than anyone had gone before for a scientific experiment of this scale. In Sudbury, Ontario, the mining company & Co. had been extracting nickel and copper from the Canadian Shield for over a century. Their Creighton mine was one of the deepest in the world, extending more than 2 kilometers beneath the surface. In the late 1980s, as the mine was nearing the end of its productive life, scientists realized it offered something that couldn't be found anywhere else: the perfect location for the world's most ambitious neutrino detector. The depth wasn't the only advantage. The rock surrounding the mine site is part of the Canadian Shield, some of the oldest and most stable rock formations on Earth. This ancient granite and gneiss, formed over 2 billion years ago, would provide not just shielding from cosmic rays, but also a stable foundation for a delicate scientific instrument that would need to operate with incredible precision for years. But building a laboratory 2 kilometers underground presented challenges that no one had faced before. Every piece of equipment, every component of the detector, every supply needed to construct and operate the facility had to be lowered down a mine shaft barely wide enough for a truck. The logistics were staggering. The main detector vessel alone would be 10 meters in diameter and weigh several tons when empty. Fully assembled and filled, it would contain 1,000 tons of heavy water, one of the most expensive liquids on Earth. Heavy water looks exactly like ordinary water, but its hydrogen atoms have been replaced with deuterium, hydrogen with an extra neutron. This makes it incredibly valuable for neutrino detection because when a neutrino does interact with matter, the reaction in heavy water produces distinctive flashes of light that can be detected and measured. But heavy water costs about $300 per liter, making the 1,000 tons needed for the detector worth hundreds of millions of dollars. The detector itself is a marvel of engineering and physics. Picture a sphere 10 meters across, suspended in the center of a cavern carved from solid rock. The sphere is filled with heavy water so pure that it's essentially transparent to light. Surrounding this sphere, mounted on a geodesic frame, are nearly 10,000 photomultiplier tubes, each one capable of detecting even a single photon of light. When a neutrino occasionally interacts with the heavy water, it produces a faint flash of light that travels through the water in all directions. The photomultiplier tubes detect this light, and sophisticated computer systems analyze the pattern to determine where in the detector the interaction occurred and what type of particle caused it. It's like having 10,000 incredibly sensitive eyes watching for the faintest glimmer in an otherwise perfectly dark sphere. The construction of this underground cathedral of science took years and required innovations in mining, engineering, and physics. Every surface in the detector cavern had to be cleaned to remove naturally occurring radioactive elements that could interfere with the measurements. The rock walls were sealed and covered with special materials to prevent radon gas from seeping in. Even the concrete used in construction had to be specially formulated to minimize radioactivity. When the Sudbury Neutrino Observatory finally began taking data in 1999, it represented the culmination of over a decade of planning, construction, and testing. But the real work was just beginning. The detector would need to operate continuously for years, recording every interaction, every flash of light, building up a statistical picture of the neutrinos streaming through it. The results were worth the wait. Within a few years, the Sudbury Neutrino Observatory had solved the solar neutrino problem that had puzzled scientists for decades. The missing neutrinos hadn't disappeared at all. Instead, they had changed. As neutrinos travel from the Sun to Earth, they oscillate between different types or flavors. Previous detectors could only see one flavor of neutrino, but the Sudbury detector could see all of them. When scientists added up all the flavors, the numbers matched theoretical predictions perfectly. This discovery proved that neutrinos have mass, a finding that earned the 2015 Nobel Prize in Physics. It sounds like a small thing, but the implications are enormous. If neutrinos have mass, it means our understanding of the fundamental laws of physics needs to be revised. It affects everything from how stars burn their fuel to the ultimate fate of the universe itself. But the observatory's discoveries went far beyond solving the solar neutrino problem. Deep underground, shielded from the cosmic ray bombardment that constantly pelts the Earth's surface, the detector became a window into the most violent events in the universe. Supernovas, the explosive deaths of massive stars, produce enormous bursts of neutrinos. Because neutrinos travel at nearly the speed of light and barely interact with matter, they can escape from the core of an exploding star hours or even days before the light from the explosion becomes visible. In theory, this means that neutrino detectors could provide early warning of supernova explosions, allowing astronomers to point their telescopes at the right part of the sky before the optical show begins. The Sudbury Neutrino Observatory is part of a global network of detectors that monitors the cosmos for these neutrino bursts, ready to alert the astronomical community the moment a nearby star begins its final transformation. The underground laboratory has also become a testing ground for experiments that probe the deepest mysteries of physics. Some of the most exotic theories in modern science suggest that protons, the building blocks of atomic nuclei, might not be perfectly stable. If protons can decay, it would happen so rarely that you would need to watch an enormous number of them for years to see even a single decay event. The ultra-low background environment of the Sudbury Laboratory makes it an ideal place to search for these incredibly rare events. Other experiments at the site are hunting for dark matter, the mysterious substance that makes up most of the matter in the universe, but has never been directly detected. Dark matter particles, if they exist, would be even more elusive than neutrinos, interacting so weakly with ordinary matter that detecting them requires the most sensitive instruments imaginable, shielded from every possible source of interference. The daily operation of an underground physics laboratory presents unique challenges that surface facilities never face. Everything from routine maintenance to emergency procedures must be adapted for an environment where the nearest exit is a 20-minute elevator ride through solid rock. The air in the underground caverns must be continuously monitored and filtered to remove radon and other naturally occurring radioactive gases. Temperature and humidity are carefully controlled to prevent condensation on sensitive equipment. The scientists and technicians who work at the observatory have developed a unique culture adapted to their extraordinary workplace. They speak of surface time and underground time as if they were different time zones. Many describe the profound silence of the deep underground, broken only by the hum of equipment and the occasional drip of water from the rock ceiling. Some find the isolation unsettling, while others describe it as profoundly peaceful, a place where the distractions of the surface world simply can't reach. The logistics of supplying an underground laboratory are unlike anything else in science. Every piece of equipment, every chemical reagent, every replacement part must be carefully packaged and lowered down the mine shaft. Large items require special planning, and sometimes custom engineering to fit through the narrow confines of the elevator system. When the detector's heavy water needed to be changed, it took months of careful planning to safely remove and replace 1,000 tons of one of the world's most expensive liquids. Even waste disposal becomes a complex logistical challenge. Nothing can simply be thrown away or poured down a drain. Every piece of waste must be carefully categorized, packaged, and brought back to the surface for proper disposal. Radioactive waste, even the small amounts produced by calibration sources and cleaning materials, requires special handling and documentation. The Sudbury Neutrino Observatory has inspired similar facilities around the world. Deep underground laboratories have been established in former mines and purpose-built caverns, from Japan to Italy to South Dakota. Each takes advantage of the natural shielding provided by rock and earth to create ultra-quiet environments where the most sensitive physics experiments can be conducted. As technology advances, these underground laboratories are becoming even more capable. New detector designs can capture neutrinos with unprecedented precision, while improved computing systems can process the enormous amounts of data produced by modern physics experiments. The next generation of underground observatories will be even larger and more sensitive than their predecessors, capable of detecting phenomena that we can barely imagine today. But perhaps the most remarkable thing about the Sudbury Neutrino Observatory isn't its technical capabilities or scientific discoveries. It's the sheer audacity of the undertaking. The idea of lowering 1,000 tons of heavy water 2 kilometers underground, surrounding it with 10,000 light detectors, and using it to catch particles that barely interact with anything, sounds like something from science fiction. Yet it works, and it has fundamentally changed our understanding of the universe. The observatory stands as a testament to human curiosity and ingenuity. In our quest to understand the cosmos, we've been willing to dig deeper, build larger, and think more creatively than ever before. We've created cathedrals of science in the depths of the earth, places where the fundamental mysteries of existence can finally be illuminated. Today, the original Sudbury Neutrino Observatory has completed its primary mission, but the underground laboratory continues to host new experiments pushing the boundaries of physics even further. The caverns that once held the neutrino detector now house experiments searching for dark matter and testing theories about the fundamental nature of space and time itself. The legacy of the Sudbury Neutrino Observatory extends far beyond its scientific discoveries. It has shown that, with sufficient determination and creativity, humans can build instruments capable of detecting phenomena that seem utterly beyond our reach. It has proven that sometimes the best way to understand the cosmos is to burrow deep into the earth and listen carefully to the whispers of particles that have traveled across the universe to reach us. In the quiet depths beneath the Canadian wilderness, 2 kilometers below the forests and lakes of Ontario, science continues its patient vigil. The universe is still full of mysteries, still sending us messages in the form of ghostly particles that barely acknowledge our existence. But we're listening, in laboratories carved from ancient rock, with instruments sensitive enough to catch the faintest echoes of cosmic events that happened billions of years ago and trillions of kilometers away. Beneath the rolling hills and vineyards of northeastern France lies a hidden world that has remained largely unchanged for centuries. Carved into the soft chalk bedrock that defines the Champagne region, millions of bottles rest in perfect darkness, slowly transforming ordinary wine into liquid gold. These aren't just storage cellars, they're architectural marvels, underground cities dedicated to the ancient art of creating the world's most celebrated sparkling wine. The story of these subterranean chambers begins long before the first grape was ever pressed in Champagne. The chalk that lies beneath this region was formed over 70 million years ago, when this part of France lay beneath a warm, shallow sea. As countless microscopic marine organisms lived and died, their calcium carbonate shells accumulated on the seafloor, layer by layer, eventually forming the thick beds of pure white chalk that would prove perfect for both growing grapes and storing wine. This chalk, known as belemnite chalk after the fossilized cephalopods often found within it, has unique properties that make it ideal for wine storage. It maintains a constant temperature of around 10 to 12 degrees Celsius year-round, regardless of the weather above ground. It naturally regulates humidity, keeping it at the optimal level for wine aging, and it's soft enough to be easily carved by hand, yet strong enough to support vast underground chambers without collapse. The Romans were the first to recognize the potential of this unusual geology, not for wine but for building stone. They began excavating the chalk to construct their buildings, creating the first underground quarries in what would become the Champagne region. These ancient excavations, called crayers, would later become the foundation for the region's wine caves, but that transformation wouldn't happen for another 1,000 years. The real story of Champagne's underground world begins in the Middle Ages, when Benedictine monks began cultivating vineyards on the chalk hillsides. The monk Dom Pierre Perignon, often credited with inventing champagne, certainly didn't work alone. The development of sparkling wine was a gradual process that took place over decades, involving countless experiments and innovations by winemakers throughout the region. What these early winemakers discovered was that the old Roman quarries provided perfect conditions for storing and aging their wines. The constant cool temperature slowed fermentation and allowed the wine to develop complex flavors over months and years. The high humidity prevented corks from drying out, while the darkness protected the wine from harmful light that could alter its taste and color. As the reputation of Champagne wine grew, so did the need for storage space. The old Roman quarries were expanded and new caves were excavated specifically for wine storage. By the 18th century, the chalk hills beneath Champagne were honeycombed with cellars, many connected by underground tunnels that allowed workers to move between them without ever surfacing. The excavation of these caves was backbreaking work that took place entirely by hand. Workers called perriers used simple tools to slowly chip away at the chalk, following natural fissures and weak points in the rock. They worked by candlelight, removing thousands of tons of chalk one bucket at a time. The chalk they removed wasn't wasted. Much of it was used to construct the buildings above ground, giving the region's architecture its distinctive white appearance. The caves they created were marvels of underground engineering. Some chambers stretch for hundreds of meters, supported by pillars of chalk left in place to prevent collapse. The ceilings are often vaulted, not just for structural strength but for aesthetic beauty. Many caves feature intricate carvings and decorations, transforming functional storage spaces into underground palaces. The famous House of Moet and Chandon, established in 1743, created some of the most extensive cave systems in Champagne. Their cellars stretch for over 28 kilometers beneath the town of Epernay, forming an underground labyrinth that can hold millions of bottles. The caves are organized like underground streets, with main passages connecting to smaller side chambers, each designated for different wines at various stages of aging. Other major Champagne houses followed suit, each creating their own underground empire. The House of Veuve-Clicquot, founded in 1772, carved their caves into the ancient Roman chalk pits beneath Reims. Their cellars feature some of the most beautiful vaulted chambers in the region, with soaring ceilings that seem to disappear into darkness above the reach of torchlight. The Caves of Ruinart, established in 1729 and claiming to be the oldest Champagne house, are recognized as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Their cellars, carved from 1st century Roman quarries, represent 2,000 years of continuous human activity beneath the earth. The walls still bear chisel marks from Roman workers, alongside carved inscriptions left by generations of French winemakers. Working in these underground cellars required special skills and knowledge passed down through generations. Cave workers, known as cavistes, developed an almost supernatural ability to navigate the dark tunnels using only flickering candle flames for light. They could identify different wines by taste alone and knew instinctively how long each bottle needed to age for optimal flavor development. The process of making champagne requires the wine to spend months or even years in these caves. After the initial fermentation, the wine undergoes a second fermentation in the bottle, creating the bubbles that make champagne special. But this second fermentation also creates sediment that must be removed through a complex process called riddling. During riddling, bottles are placed in special wooden racks called puppeteers, positioned at an angle with the neck pointing downward. Each day, cave workers rotate each bottle a quarter turn and gradually increase the angle, slowly moving the sediment toward the neck of the bottle. This process can take weeks or months, and each bottle must be handled individually by skilled workers who can tell by the weight and feel whether the sediment has moved properly. The caves provide the perfect environment for this delicate process. The constant temperature prevents the wine from expanding and contracting, which could disturb the sediment. The high humidity keeps the corks from drying out and shrinking, which could allow air into the bottles and ruin the wine. The darkness prevents ultraviolet light from breaking down the complex chemical compounds that give champagne its distinctive flavor and aroma. But the caves aren't just functional spaces, they're also repositories of history. Many contain artifacts from centuries of winemaking, including ancient tools, historical documents, and even bottles of wine from famous vintages dating back hundreds of years. During both World Wars, the caves served as air raid shelters, protecting both people and priceless wine from bombing raids. The German occupation during World War II created a particularly dark chapter in the history of Champagne's caves. Nazi officers requisitioned many of the finest wines, while the French workers who maintained the caves engaged in subtle acts of resistance, sometimes hiding the best bottles or providing inferior wines to their occupiers. Some caves still contain hidden chambers where valuable wines were concealed during the war years. The construction and maintenance of these cave systems required innovations in underground engineering that were far ahead of their time. Ventilation systems were designed to circulate air through kilometers of tunnels without creating drafts that could disturb the aging wine. Drainage systems prevented flooding during heavy rains, while elaborate pulley and cart systems allowed workers to move heavy loads through narrow passages. Temperature monitoring became an art form in itself. Cave masters learned to detect subtle temperature variations that could affect wine quality, using simple instruments and their own finely tuned senses to maintain optimal conditions. They developed systems of notation and record-keeping that tracked individual bottles through years of aging, ensuring that each wine was disgorged and finished at precisely the right moment. The caves also fostered a unique culture among the workers who spent their lives underground. Cave workers developed their own folklore and traditions, including elaborate initiation ceremonies for new workers and seasonal celebrations held in the deepest chambers. They created their own language of technical terms and slang that was incomprehensible to outsiders, protecting the secrets of their trade. Many caves feature carved inscriptions and graffiti left by workers over the centuries, creating an underground museum of social history. Some inscriptions record important events, others mark personal milestones, and many simply reflect the thoughts and feelings of people who spent their working lives in darkness, surrounded by aging wine. The acoustic properties of the caves also became part of their character. The soft chalk walls and vaulted ceilings create unique sound environments, with some chambers featuring natural reverb that makes even whispered conversations audible throughout large spaces. Many champagne houses have used this acoustic quality for special events, hosting concerts and tastings in their deepest caves, where the music seems to emerge from the earth itself. Modern technology has transformed many aspects of cave management, but the fundamental principles remain unchanged. Computer-controlled climate systems now monitor temperature and humidity with precision that would have amazed earlier generations, while automated riddling machines can handle thousands of bottles simultaneously. However, Many houses still prefer traditional hand-driddling for their finest wines, maintaining that human touch provides subtle advantages that machines cannot replicate. The caves continue to expand and evolve. New excavations use modern equipment to create larger chambers and more efficient layouts, while existing caves are renovated and upgraded with improved infrastructure. But the basic relationship between the chalk, the caves, and the wine remains as it has been for centuries. Tourism has brought new life to many of the historic caves. Visitors from around the world descend into these underground chambers to learn about champagne production and taste wines in their natural aging environment. The contrast between the bright surface world of vineyards and villages and the mysterious depths of the caves creates a powerful sensory experience that helps people understand why champagne is considered so special. The environmental benefits of underground storage have become increasingly important as climate change affects wine production worldwide. The natural cooling provided by the earth reduces energy costs and environmental impact, while the stable conditions protect wine from increasingly unpredictable weather patterns above ground. Some new wine regions are studying the Champagne caves as models for sustainable wine storage solutions. The chalk caves also provide valuable scientific data about climate and geology. The constant temperature and humidity create natural laboratories where researchers can study how environmental conditions affect wine aging. Core samples from the chalk walls provide information about ancient climate conditions, while the interaction between wine and chalk offers insights into chemical processes that occur during long-term aging. The regional economy depends heavily on these underground treasures. The major champagne houses employ thousands of people in cave-related jobs, from excavation and maintenance to riddling and cellar management. The specialized skills required for cave work are passed down through families and apprenticeship programs, creating a unique labor force that exists nowhere else in the world. The caves also support numerous secondary industries, from the manufacture of specialized equipment to the provision of services for cave tourists. Local communities have grown up around the cave systems, with entire neighborhoods whose residents work underground during the day and return to surface homes in the evening. Food safety and quality control in the caves require constant attention. The natural environment that makes the caves perfect for wine storage also creates challenges for human workers. Air quality must be monitored to prevent the buildup of carbon dioxide from fermentation, while humidity control prevents mold growth that could contaminate wine or create health hazards for workers. The legal and regulatory framework surrounding the caves reflects their importance to the champagne industry. Strict rules govern everything from excavation permits to worker safety standards, while international trade agreements protect the use of cave-aged wine terminology. The caves themselves are considered cultural patrimony, protected by laws that prevent their destruction or inappropriate modification. The future of Champagne's caves seems secure, with new generations of cave workers learning traditional techniques while adapting to modern technology and changing market demands. Climate change may actually increase the importance of underground storage as surface temperatures become more extreme and variable. The caves that have served the wine industry for centuries may become even more valuable as natural refuges from an increasingly unpredictable climate. In the depths beneath Champagne, time moves differently than it does on the surface. Seasons change above ground while the caves remain eternally cool and dark. Years pass while wine slowly transforms in the darkness, developing the complexity and character that makes Champagne unique. The caves represent continuity in a changing world, connecting us to ancient traditions while producing wines for future generations to enjoy. The partnership between human ingenuity and natural geology that created these caves continues to evolve. Each new excavation builds on centuries of accumulated knowledge, while each vintage of wine adds to the collective understanding of how time, darkness, and chalk combine to create something extraordinary. The caves beneath Champagne are more than storage facilities. They're living monuments to the patient art of transforming simple grape juice into liquid celebration. Beneath the bustling streets of modern Seattle lies a hidden world, a shadowy network of abandoned storefronts, forgotten sidewalks, and buried buildings that once formed the heart of a thriving city. This isn't some ancient ruin or archaeological mystery from thousands of years ago. This is Seattle's underground city, a place where an entire level of urban life was deliberately buried and abandoned, creating one of the most unusual underground landscapes in North America. What makes this mystery so compelling isn't just that it exists, but how it came to be. In the late 1800s, the leaders of Seattle made a decision so drastic, so unprecedented, that it sounds almost impossible. They chose to raise the entire downtown area by as much as 35 feet, essentially burying the original first floors of hundreds of buildings beneath tons of earth and concrete. But why would an entire city agree to such an extreme measure? And what secrets lie hidden in those buried chambers today? To understand Seattle's underground mystery, we need to go back to the city's earliest days, when it was nothing more than a muddy settlement clinging to the shores of Elliott Bay. The original Seattle was built in a hurry during the 1850s gold rush, when thousands of prospectors flooded into the Pacific Northwest seeking their fortunes. The founders chose their location based on one simple factor: proximity to the water for shipping and transportation. But they made a crucial oversight that would haunt the city for decades. Seattle was built on tide flats, low-lying areas that flooded twice a day with the incoming tide. During high tide, the streets would fill with several feet of seawater, making travel nearly impossible. Business owners would lay wooden planks across the flooded streets, creating makeshift bridges between buildings. But even worse than the flooding was what happened when the tide went out. The retreating water would leave behind a thick, putrid sludge mixed with sewage, garbage, and industrial waste. The city's sewage system, such as it was, consisted of simple pipes that emptied directly into the bay. When high tide came in, the pressure would force all of that waste back up through the pipes and into the buildings. Imagine running a business where twice a day, raw sewage would bubble up through your floor drains and toilets, flooding your establishment with waste. The smell alone must have been overwhelming, but the health risks were even worse. By the 1880s, Seattle was facing a public health crisis. Cholera and typhoid outbreaks were common, and the city had one of the highest infant mortality rates in the country. Something had to be done, but the solution the city proposed was so audacious that many thought it was impossible. Instead of trying to improve the drainage or build better sewage systems, they decided to raise the entire downtown area above the flood zone. The plan was simple in concept, but staggering in execution. They would build retaining walls along the streets, then fill the space between buildings with dirt, clay, and debris until the street level was raised by 15 to 35 feet. The ground floors of existing buildings would become basements, and new entrances would be built at the elevated street level. It was urban engineering on a scale that had never been attempted before. But here's where the story takes an interesting turn. The city government and business owners couldn't agree on the timeline. The city wanted to raise the streets immediately, but many business owners couldn't afford to modify their buildings right away. So they reached a compromise that created one of the most unusual urban landscapes in history. The city would raise the streets first, and the businesses could adapt their buildings whenever they had the money to do so. This created a bizarre situation that lasted for nearly 2 decades. Picture walking through downtown Seattle in the 1890s. The streets were elevated, but many of the buildings still had their original entrances at the old ground level. To enter these businesses, you would have to climb down ladders or wooden stairs from the elevated sidewalks, descending into what felt like basement shops. Meanwhile, new buildings were being constructed at the raised street level, creating a patchwork cityscape of different elevations. The raised sidewalks themselves were an engineering marvel and a safety nightmare. They were built on wooden trestles and covered with glass prisms to allow light to filter down to the buried storefronts below. These glass sidewalks, called vault lights, created an ethereal, underwater lighting effect in the underground spaces. But they were also dangerous. The glass was strong enough to support foot traffic, but it would occasionally crack or break, sending pedestrians plummeting into the buried world below. During this transition period, Seattle had essentially two cities operating at different levels. Above ground, horse-drawn carriages and early automobiles traveled the elevated streets. Below ground, in the buried first floors, businesses continued to operate in a twilight world lit by the filtered light from the glass sidewalks above. Customers would descend from street level to shop in these sunken establishments, creating a unique underground commercial district. But the underground city wasn't just about commerce. It quickly developed a reputation as a place where the city's less reputable activities flourished. The dim lighting and hidden entrances made it perfect for gambling dens, speakeasies, and brothels. During Prohibition, the underground became a network of illegal bars and nightclubs, connected by tunnels and hidden passages that allowed patrons to move between establishments without being seen by police on the street level above. The most famous of these underground establishments was operated by a woman known as Seamstress Mary. Her business occupied several connected underground spaces, and she ran what was essentially an underground entertainment complex. Patrons could enter through hidden doors in legitimate businesses above ground, then spend entire evenings in the buried world below, moving between gambling rooms, bars, and other forms of entertainment. The police knew these places existed, but the maze-like layout and multiple escape routes made raids nearly impossible. By the 1920s, most businesses had finally adapted to the raised street level, abandoning their underground spaces entirely. The buried first floors were sealed off and forgotten, becoming a hidden layer of the city's history. For decades, they remained largely unexplored, known only to urban explorers and city workers who occasionally had to access utility lines that ran through the old spaces. It wasn't until the 1960s that the underground city began to attract serious attention again. A local journalist named Bill Spadel started investigating the buried spaces and was amazed by what he found. Entire storefronts preserved exactly as they had been left decades earlier, with original fixtures, signage, and even merchandise still on the shelves. It was like discovering a time capsule of early 20th century urban life. Spadel realized that this underground world was too fascinating to remain hidden. He started the first underground tour in 1965, leading small groups through the safer, more accessible parts of the buried city. What he discovered was that the underground wasn't just a single level of buried buildings. In some areas, there were multiple levels, with basements below the original buried first floors, creating a complex three-dimensional maze of chambers, tunnels, and forgotten spaces. The tour revealed incredible details about life in the underground city. In one preserved barbershop, the chairs were still positioned exactly as they had been left, with mirrors, sinks, and even old bottles of hair tonic still on the shelves. A pharmacy contained rows of medicine bottles with labels still legible after decades of abandonment. Most remarkably, some of the spaces still had their original wall murals and decorative elements, providing a vivid glimpse into the aesthetic preferences of early Seattle residents. But the underground city held darker secrets as well. During the tour, guides would point out areas where the tunnels connected to the waterfront, explaining how these passages were used for illegal activities during the city's rough early days. There were stories of Shanghai tunnels, underground passages that supposedly allowed unscrupulous ship captains to kidnap drunk or unconscious men and force them into service on ships bound for Asia. While historians debate whether this practice was as common as legend suggests, the physical evidence of the tunnels and hidden entrances certainly exists. One of the most intriguing discoveries was a series of underground chambers that appeared to have been used for storage, but their purpose remained unclear. These rooms contained strange markings on the walls, unusual ventilation systems, and evidence of activities that didn't match any known businesses from the area. Some researchers speculated that they might have been used for illegal manufacturing during Prohibition, while others suggested they could have been meeting places for secret societies or political organizations. The underground city also revealed evidence of the diverse population that made up early Seattle. Chinese immigrants, who faced severe discrimination above ground, had created their own network of underground businesses and living spaces. These areas showed signs of having been carefully hidden from the authorities, with false walls, secret entrances, and rooms that could only be accessed through knowledge of specific routes through the underground maze. As exploration of the underground continued, researchers realized that the buried city extended far beyond what anyone had initially imagined. Ground-penetrating radar revealed that there were sealed chambers, tunnels, and even entire buildings that hadn't been accessed in nearly a century. Some of these spaces were too dangerous to explore due to structural concerns, but they hinted at an underground world that was far more extensive and complex than anyone had realized. The preservation of the underground city was nothing short of remarkable. The lack of natural light and the stable temperature had created conditions similar to those in archaeological sites, preventing decay and deterioration. Organic materials like wood, paper, and fabric had survived in conditions that would have destroyed them if they had remained above ground. This accidental preservation created an unparalleled historical record of urban life in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Today, Seattle's underground city attracts thousands of visitors each year, but much of it remains unexplored and off-limits to the public. The tour covers only the safest and most accessible areas, representing perhaps 10% of the total underground space. The rest remains a mystery, a hidden world beneath one of America's most vibrant cities. What makes Seattle's underground so compelling isn't just its size or preservation, but the questions it raises about urban development and the unintended consequences of massive engineering projects. The decision to raise the streets created this underground world almost by accident, preserving a layer of history that would have otherwise been lost to modernization and development. Recent technological advances have allowed researchers to map more of the underground using non-invasive techniques, revealing that the buried city is even more extensive than previously thought. Some areas show evidence of having been deliberately sealed, while others appear to have been abandoned so quickly that personal belongings and business inventory were left behind. These discoveries continue to provide new insights into the social and economic life of early Seattle. The underground city also serves as a reminder of how quickly urban landscapes can change and how easily entire chapters of a city's history can be literally buried and forgotten. If not for the curiosity of people like Bill Spadel, this remarkable historical resource might have remained hidden indefinitely, known only to utility workers and urban explorers brave enough to venture into the forgotten spaces beneath the streets. But perhaps the most fascinating aspect of Seattle's underground city is that it's still growing. As the city continues to develop above ground, new spaces are inadvertently created below. Construction projects occasionally uncover previously unknown chambers, and urban explorers continue to discover new connections between different parts of the underground network. The buried city remains a living mystery, one that continues to evolve and reveal new secrets more than a century after its creation. Deep beneath the ancient streets of Edinburgh, Scotland, lies a hidden world that most visitors to the city never see. Carved into the bedrock beneath the South Bridge, a network of stone chambers known as the Edinburgh Vaults has remained largely sealed and forgotten for over 200 years. These aren't natural caves or ancient dungeons, but purpose-built spaces that were once integral to the daily life of one of Europe's most important cities. Yet their story is one of abandonment, mystery, and secrets that have only recently begun to come to light. The Edinburgh Vaults represent one of the most extensive underground networks in any major city, with over 120 separate chambers spread across multiple levels beneath the South Bridge. But what makes them truly mysterious isn't just their size or their age, but the questions that surround them. Why were they abandoned so completely that their existence was almost forgotten? What activities took place in these underground spaces during their years of use? And what secrets might still be hidden in the chambers that remain unexplored? To understand the mystery of the Edinburgh vaults, we need to travel back to the late 18th century, when Edinburgh was experiencing a period of rapid growth and development. The city had outgrown its medieval boundaries, and there was an urgent need for new infrastructure to connect the old town with the expanding new town across the valley. The solution was to build a series of bridges that would span the natural barriers and allow for easier movement of people and goods. The South Bridge was completed in 1788, and it was an impressive feat of engineering for its time. At 588 feet long, it was one of the longest bridges in the world when it was built. But what made it truly unique was its construction. Rather than building a simple bridge, the engineers created what was essentially a covered street. The bridge had buildings constructed directly on top of it, creating additional commercial and residential space while serving as a vital transportation link. But the most remarkable feature of the South Bridge was what lay hidden beneath the roadway. The engineers had created a series of vaulted chambers within the bridge's stone arches, originally intended for storage and commercial use. These chambers, or vaults, were perfectly positioned to serve the businesses that operated on the bridge above. Merchants could store their goods safely underground, while the chambers also provided workshop space for craftsmen and small manufacturers. The vaults were an immediate success. The stone construction kept them at a stable temperature year-round, making them ideal for storing everything from wine and whiskey to textiles and manufactured goods. The chambers were also secure, with thick stone walls and limited access points that made them virtually impossible to break into. For the merchants and business people of late 18th century Edinburgh, the vaults represented the perfect solution to their storage and workspace needs. But the vaults served another purpose that wasn't part of the original plan. Edinburgh's old town was notoriously overcrowded, with families crammed into tiny apartments in towering tenement buildings. The city's rapid growth had outpaced the construction of adequate housing, creating a severe housing shortage that affected people at every level of society. The vaults, with their sturdy construction and year-round comfort, began to attract residents as well as businesses. What started as occasional overnight stays by watchmen and workers gradually evolved into permanent residences. Families began moving into the larger chambers, subdividing the spaces into smaller rooms and creating underground communities that were completely hidden from the world above. These weren't just temporary shelters for the desperately poor, but established households with their own social structures, businesses, and ways of life. By the early 1800s, the vaults had become a thriving underground city. The larger chambers housed families, while smaller spaces were converted into workshops, taverns, and shops. There were cobblers, tailors, and metalworkers operating underground businesses that served both the underground community and customers from the surface. Some chambers were converted into illegal distilleries, taking advantage of the hidden location and stable temperature to produce whiskey away from the eyes of tax collectors. The underground community developed its own economy and social structure. There were underground taverns where residents could socialize and conduct business, illegal gambling dens that attracted visitors from across the city, and even underground markets where goods of questionable origin could be bought and sold without attracting unwanted attention. The maze-like layout of the vaults, with their multiple levels and interconnected chambers, made it nearly impossible for authorities to effectively police the underground world. But life in the vaults wasn't easy. Despite their solid construction, the chambers suffered from serious problems that made them increasingly unpleasant places to live and work. The biggest issue was drainage. The vaults had been designed primarily for storage, not for human habitation, and they lacked adequate systems for dealing with water. During heavy rains, many of the chambers would flood, and the water had nowhere to go. The result was a constant problem with dampness, mold, and standing water that made the air thick and unhealthy. The lack of proper ventilation compounded the drainage problems. The chambers had limited access to fresh air, and the smoke from fires used for heating and cooking had no way to escape efficiently. The air in many of the vaults became thick with smoke, creating a perpetual twilight atmosphere that took its toll on the health of the residents. Respiratory diseases were common, and the mortality rate in the underground community was significantly higher than in the city above. Despite these problems, the underground community continued to grow throughout the first half of the 19th century. The vaults provided something that was increasingly rare in Edinburgh: affordable space. As property values rose in the city above, the underground chambers remained accessible to working-class families and small business owners who couldn't afford surface-level rents. The social dynamics of the underground community were complex and often dangerous. The hidden nature of the vaults attracted people who had reasons to avoid attention from authorities, including criminals, political dissidents, and those fleeing debt or legal troubles. This created a community where violence and crime were more common than in the city above, but where there was also a strong sense of mutual protection and solidarity among residents. One of the most notorious residents of the vaults was a man known as Burke and Hare, although their actual connection to the underground community remains a subject of historical debate. These two men became infamous for their involvement in the body-snatching trade, killing people, and selling their corpses to medical schools for dissection. While most of their documented activities took place above ground, there are persistent stories that they used the vaults as a base of operations, taking advantage of the hidden chambers and multiple escape routes to avoid detection. The vaults also became associated with Edinburgh's supernatural folklore. Residents reported strange sounds, unexplained cold spots, and sightings of ghostly figures in the deeper, more isolated chambers. These stories may have been the result of the poor air quality, dim lighting, and stressful living conditions, but they became an integral part of the underground community's culture. Some chambers were considered haunted and were avoided even by longtime residents. By the 1850s, conditions in the vaults had deteriorated to the point where even the most desperate residents began to abandon them. The drainage problems had worsened, and many chambers were permanently flooded. The air quality had become so poor that it was dangerous to spend extended periods underground. The city government, responding to public health concerns, began sealing off access to the vaults and prohibiting their use for residential purposes. The abandonment of the vaults was remarkably sudden. Within a few years, the thriving underground community had dispersed, leaving behind their belongings, furniture, and even personal possessions. Unlike other historical sites that were gradually abandoned over decades, the vaults were simply sealed and forgotten. Access points were bricked up, and within a generation, most Edinburgh residents had no idea that an entire underground city existed beneath their feet. For over a century, the vaults remained sealed and forgotten. Occasionally, utility workers or construction crews would accidentally break through into the chambers, but these discoveries were rarely investigated or documented. The chambers became a kind of time capsule, preserving artifacts and evidence of underground life exactly as it had been left in the 1850s. The rediscovery of the vaults began in the 1980s, when a local rugby club was looking for storage space for their equipment. They gained access to a few of the chambers and were amazed by what they found. The rooms contained furniture, household items, children's toys, and personal belongings that had been left behind more than a century earlier. Word of the discovery spread, and historians and archaeologists began to take interest in the forgotten underground world. Systematic exploration of the vaults revealed the true scope of the underground community. Archaeologists found evidence of at least 120 separate chambers, arranged on multiple levels and connected by a complex network of passages and stairways. Some chambers showed clear evidence of having been used as family homes, with the remains of beds, cooking areas, and spaces partitioned off for privacy. Others had been workshops, with tools and equipment still in place exactly where they had been abandoned. One of the most remarkable discoveries was a chamber that appeared to have been used as an underground school. Archaeologists found slate boards, chalk, and children's writing exercises, suggesting that the underground community had developed its own educational system. This challenged the assumption that the vaults had been home only to criminals and outcasts, indicating instead that they had housed functioning families who were trying to maintain normal lives in extraordinary circumstances. The preservation conditions in the vaults were extraordinary. The stable temperature and limited air circulation had created an environment similar to that found in archaeological sites, preventing decay and deterioration. Organic materials like leather, wood, and even paper had survived in conditions that would have destroyed them if they had remained above ground. This accidental preservation provided an unparalleled record of working-class life in 19th century Edinburgh. But the vaults also contained darker evidence of their history. In several chambers, archaeologists found human remains, including the skeletons of children. While some of these may have been natural deaths in a community with poor living conditions and limited medical care, others showed signs of violence. The discovery of these remains added weight to the stories about the criminal activities that had taken place in the underground world. Recent exploration has revealed that the vaults are even more extensive than initially thought. Ground-penetrating radar and other modern techniques have identified additional chambers that have never been opened, sealed behind walls or blocked by collapsed passages. Some of these spaces appear to contain artifacts and possibly even human remains, but they are too dangerous to explore using current methods. The Edinburgh vaults today represent one of the most complete archaeological records of urban underground life ever discovered. The chambers provide insights into everything from family life and business practices to criminal activities and social structures in 19th century Scotland. The artifacts found in the vaults have helped historians better understand how working-class people lived, worked, and survived in one of Europe's most important cities during a period of rapid social and economic change. But many mysteries remain unsolved. Large sections of the vault network remain unexplored, either because they are structurally unsafe or because access has been lost over the years. Some chambers contain artifacts and evidence that don't match any known activities from the period, suggesting that parts of the underground community engaged in activities that weren't documented in historical records. The supernatural reputation of the vaults has persisted into the modern era. Visitors and researchers report unexplained phenomena in certain chambers, including sudden temperature drops, strange sounds, and the sensation of being watched. While these experiences may have natural explanations related to air currents, acoustics, or psychological effects, they add to the mysterious atmosphere that surrounds the underground world. Today, portions of the Edinburgh vaults are open to public tour, but much of the network remains off-limits due to safety concerns and ongoing archaeological work. The tour provide a glimpse into this hidden world, but they represent only a small fraction of the total underground space. The majority of the vaults remain as they were found, a sealed time capsule waiting for future exploration and study. The Edinburgh vaults serve as a reminder of how much of urban history remains hidden beneath our feet. They represent a complete underground society that existed for decades in the heart of one of Europe's most important cities, yet was so thoroughly forgotten that its existence became almost mythical. The rediscovery of the vaults has provided invaluable insights into 19th century urban life, but it has also raised new questions about what other secrets might be hidden in the underground spaces of the world's great cities. Beneath the lush jungles and rice paddies of Vietnam lies one of the most extensive and ingenious underground networks ever constructed by human hands. These aren't ancient ruins or natural cave systems. They're the product of decades of warfare, desperation, and remarkable human ingenuity. The Cu Kai tunnels and the broader network of underground passages that crisscross Vietnam tell a story that goes far beyond military strategy. They reveal something profound about human adaptability, the lengths people will go to defend their homeland, and the hidden worlds that can exist right beneath our feet. The story begins in the 1940s, during the French colonial period in Vietnam. The Viet Minh, fighting for independence from French rule, began digging simple tunnels and hideouts in the clay soil around Cu Kai, a district northwest of what was then Saigon. What started as basic foxholes and communication trenches would eventually evolve into something far more complex, an entire underground civilization that would play a crucial role in two major conflicts. But it was during the American involvement in Vietnam that these tunnels truly became legendary. By the 1960s, the Cu Kai tunnel system alone stretched for over 120 miles, with some estimates suggesting the entire network of tunnels throughout Vietnam extended for thousands of miles. To put that in perspective, imagine an underground highway system running from New York City to Philadelphia, with side roads, rest stops, and entire communities hidden beneath the earth. The engineering challenges of building such a network were staggering. The Vietnamese had to work with basic hand tools, shovels, baskets, and their bare hands. They had no bulldozers, no mechanical excavators, no modern construction equipment. Every cubic foot of earth had to be moved by hand, and every tunnel had to be dug in complete secrecy, often under the cover of darkness or during the chaos of battle. The soil itself presented both opportunities and obstacles. The red clay earth around Cu Kai was perfect for tunnel construction. It was hard enough to maintain structural integrity, but soft enough to dig through with simple tools. However, it also had to withstand the constant vibrations from bombing raids above. The tunnels needed to be deep enough to survive direct hits from artillery shells and bombs, yet shallow enough that they could be excavated quickly and efficiently. The tunnel builders developed ingenious solutions to problems that would challenge modern engineers. Ventilation was a constant concern. How do you provide fresh air to hundreds of people living underground without creating obvious openings that enemy forces could detect? They designed elaborate air filtration systems using bamboo pipes and hidden vents that were camouflaged so well that soldiers could walk directly over them without noticing. Water management was another critical issue. Monsoon seasons would flood many areas, and the tunnels needed drainage systems to prevent them from becoming underwater tombs. The Vietnamese created intricate water traps and drainage channels that would redirect flood water while keeping the living areas dry. Some sections of the tunnels were designed to flood intentionally, creating underwater barriers that would stop pursuers while still allowing the tunnel dwellers to escape through alternate routes. The layout of the tunnel system was like a three-dimensional maze. There were multiple levels. Some tunnels were just a few feet below ground, used for quick movement and communication, while others descended 20 or 30 feet deep, serving as command centers, hospitals, and long-term shelters. Connecting these levels were narrow shafts that could be quickly sealed off if one section was discovered or compromised. Living conditions in these tunnels were beyond harsh. They were almost unimaginable. The main tunnels were typically only about 3 feet high and 2 feet wide, just large enough for a person to crawl through. Larger chambers might allow someone to sit upright, but standing at full height was rarely possible. The air was thick and stifling, filled with dust and the smoke from cooking fires that had to be carefully managed to avoid detection. Food was a constant challenge. Everything had to be brought down from the surface or grown in secret underground gardens. The tunnel dwellers developed methods for preserving rice and other staples in the humid environment, and they created elaborate systems for distributing meals without creating telltale cooking smells that might alert enemy forces above ground. Sanitation in such a confined space was a nightmare that required constant vigilance. Human waste had to be carefully managed and disposed of without creating health hazards or obvious signs of underground habitation. The Vietnamese developed composting systems and waste disposal methods that would make the tunnels livable for extended periods while maintaining operational security. Medical care in the tunnels was primitive but innovative. Underground hospitals were established in some of the larger chambers, equipped with basic surgical tools and staffed by doctors and nurses who had to work by lamplight or candlelight. Operations were performed without proper anesthesia, and patients had to recover in the cramped, airless conditions of the tunnels. The mortality rate was high, but these underground medical facilities saved countless lives that would have been lost without any medical care at all. The psychological toll of living underground for months or years at a time was immense. Many tunnel dwellers never saw sunlight for weeks at a time. The constant threat of discovery, the claustrophobic conditions, and the ever-present danger created mental stress that would challenge even the strongest individuals. Yet remarkably, entire communities managed to function in this underground world, maintaining morale and continuing to resist despite the seemingly impossible conditions. Children were born and raised in these tunnels. Imagine growing up in a world where the sky was a dirt ceiling just a few feet above your head, where fresh air was a luxury, and where silence could mean the difference between life and death. Some children spent their entire early years underground, emerging only at night or during brief periods when it was safe to venture to the surface. The tunnels weren't just hiding places, they were operational bases for a sophisticated military campaign. Underground workshops produced weapons, ammunition, and other military supplies. Printing presses operated in hidden chambers, producing propaganda leaflets and communication materials. Radio equipment was installed in specially shielded rooms that could broadcast without being detected by enemy listening posts. The tunnel system included elaborate trap mechanisms that would make medieval castle defenses look simple by comparison. False floors would collapse under the weight of an intruder, dropping them into pits lined with sharpened bamboo spikes. Hidden explosive devices could be triggered remotely, sealing off tunnel sections or eliminating enemy forces that had managed to penetrate the network. Some of the most ingenious defenses were psychological rather than physical. The Vietnamese created fake tunnel entrances that led to dead ends or traps, while hiding the real entrances in places so unlikely that enemy forces would never think to look. They built decoy chambers that appeared to be important command centers, but were actually filled with false information designed to mislead enemy intelligence. The Americans eventually developed specialized tunnel rat units soldiers who were specifically trained to fight in the underground environment. These were typically smaller soldiers who could navigate the cramped tunnels while carrying weapons and equipment. The tunnel rats faced a unique form of warfare that was claustrophobic, disorienting, and terrifying. They never knew if the next corner would lead to an enemy position, a booby trap, or a dead end. The psychological warfare aspects of the tunnel system were as important as the physical construction. The very existence of the tunnels created a sense of uncertainty and paranoia among enemy forces. Soldiers never knew if they were standing over an underground base, if the ground beneath their feet might suddenly open up, or if they were being watched by unseen eyes from hidden observation posts. Night operations were particularly eerie. Tunnel dwellers would emerge after dark to gather supplies, plant mines, or conduct raids before disappearing back underground before dawn. This created a ghost-like presence that was felt but rarely seen, adding to the psychological impact of the tunnel warfare. The logistics of maintaining such an extensive underground network were staggering. Food, water, ammunition, medical supplies, and other necessities had to be transported through narrow passages, often for miles, to reach isolated sections of the tunnel system. The Vietnamese developed human supply chains that could move materials efficiently through the underground network, with designated rest stops and supply depots positioned at strategic intervals. Communication throughout the tunnel system was maintained through a combination of methods. Some tunnels had primitive telephone lines running through them, while others relied on human messengers who could navigate the maze-like passages from memory. Emergency communication systems included coded knocking patterns that could be transmitted through the earth itself, allowing different sections of the tunnels to stay in contact even when other communication methods failed. The construction techniques used in the tunnels were remarkably sophisticated considering the limited tools available. The Vietnamese understood soil mechanics and structural engineering principles that allowed them to create stable underground spaces without formal engineering training. They developed methods for reinforcing tunnel walls, preventing cave-ins, and creating load-bearing structures that could support the weight of the earth above. Different types of clay and soil required different construction approaches. In some areas, the tunnels could be carved directly into the earth with minimal reinforcement. In others, elaborate wooden or bamboo support structures were necessary to prevent collapse. The tunnel builders became experts at reading the earth, understanding how different soil types would behave under stress, and adapting their construction methods accordingly. The camouflage of tunnel entrances was an art form in itself. Entrances were hidden under water, concealed beneath false floors in buildings, disguised as graves in cemeteries, or camouflaged to look like natural features of the landscape. Some entrances were so well hidden that they could only be found by following precise landmarks and measurements, a form of underground navigation that required incredible memory and attention to detail. The workshops deep in the tunnels produced not just weapons, but all the necessities of underground life. Blacksmiths forged tools and weapons from scrap metal. Tailors made clothing and equipment from whatever materials were available. Carpenters built furniture and structural supports. These underground craftsmen kept entire communities functional despite being cut off from normal supply chains and commercial resources. Food production in and around the tunnels was equally ingenious. Secret gardens were planted in clearings that appeared natural, but were actually carefully cultivated food sources. Underground mushroom farms were established in chambers with the right humidity and temperature conditions. Fish were raised in hidden ponds that appeared to be natural water features, but were actually food production facilities. The social organization within the tunnel communities was complex and highly structured. Leadership hierarchies had to function in an environment where traditional meeting spaces and communication methods weren't available. Decisions had to be made quickly and communicated efficiently through the network. Discipline had to be maintained in conditions that would test anyone's patience and resolve. Educational systems continued to function underground. Children were taught reading, writing, and basic mathematics in tunnel classrooms lit by oil lamps or candles. History and culture were passed down through oral traditions that took on special significance in the isolated underground environment. These educational efforts ensured that an entire generation wouldn't lose their connection to their heritage despite growing up in such unusual circumstances. The tunnel system's impact extended far beyond its military effectiveness. It became a symbol of resistance and determination that inspired people throughout Vietnam and around the world. The idea that an entire population could literally go underground to resist a vastly superior military force captured imaginations and demonstrated the power of human ingenuity when survival is at stake. Recovery and expansion of the tunnel system continued throughout the conflict. Sections that were discovered and destroyed were often rebuilt within weeks. The network grew and adapted constantly, with new branches being added to connect isolated communities or to create alternate routes when main passages were compromised. This constant evolution made it nearly impossible for enemy forces to develop effective counter-strategies against the tunnel system. The end of the conflict didn't mean the end of the tunnels. Many sections were preserved as historical sites, while others were converted to peacetime uses. Some became underground storage facilities, mushroom farms, or even tourist attractions. The engineering skills developed during the construction of the tunnel system were applied to peacetime construction projects, contributing to Vietnam's post-war reconstruction efforts. Today, Portions of the Shinkai tunnel system are open to visitors who want to experience a small taste of what life was like in the underground world. These tourist tunnels have been widened and improved for safety, but they still provide a glimpse into the remarkable underground civilization that once existed beneath the Vietnamese countryside. Walking through even these modified tunnels gives visitors a profound appreciation for the determination and ingenuity of the people who lived and fought in the original passages. But perhaps the most remarkable aspect of the Vietnamese tunnel system isn't the engineering or the military strategy. It's what it reveals about human adaptability. When faced with seemingly impossible circumstances, people found ways not just to survive, but to maintain their communities, their culture, and their hope for the future. The tunnels weren't just hiding places. They were underground cities where life continued despite the chaos and destruction above ground. The legacy of the tunnel system continues to influence military thinking and civilian emergency preparedness around the world. The techniques developed by Vietnamese tunnel builders have been studied by engineers, military strategists, and survival experts. The lessons learned about underground construction, camouflage, and sustainable living in extreme conditions have applications that extend far beyond warfare. As we consider the ingenuity and determination that created this vast underground network, we're left with profound questions about human capability and resilience. What drives people to undertake such enormous challenges? How do communities maintain their identity and values when forced to live in conditions that seem to strip away everything familiar and comfortable? And what other remarkable feats of human engineering and adaptation might be hidden beneath our feet, waiting to be discovered or remembered? Hidden beneath the luxurious facade of a West Virginia resort lies one of the most remarkable secrets of the Cold War era. For over 30 years, guests at the Greenbrier Resort enjoyed fine dining, golf, and spa treatments, completely unaware that they were vacationing directly above a massive underground facility designed to house the entire United States Congress in the event of nuclear war. This wasn't just a simple bomb shelter. It was a fully functional underground city, complete with everything needed to keep the American government operating even if the world above was destroyed. The story begins in the early 1950s, when the reality of nuclear warfare was becoming terrifyingly clear to American leaders. The Soviet Union had developed atomic weapons, and the possibility of a surprise nuclear attack on Washington, D.C. was no longer a distant fear but a very real strategic concern. If the nation's capital were destroyed, how would the government continue to function? Where would Congress meet? How would democracy survive in a post-nuclear world? The solution was Project Greek Island, one of the most ambitious and secretive construction projects of the Cold War. The government needed a location that was far enough from major cities to survive a nuclear attack, yet close enough to Washington that it could be reached quickly. The Greenbrier Resort, nestled in the mountains of West Virginia, was perfect. It was already an established facility with existing infrastructure. It was located in a geologically stable area, and its reputation as a luxury destination would provide perfect cover for the massive construction project that was about to begin. But building a secret government bunker beneath an operating resort presented challenges that would test the limits of engineering creativity and operational security. How do you excavate millions of cubic feet of earth without anyone noticing? How do you construct a facility designed to house 650 people without raising suspicions among resort guests and staff? How do you maintain absolute secrecy about a project that would require hundreds of workers over several years? The cover story was brilliant in its simplicity. The government announced that they were building a new exhibition hall for the resort, a large conference and meeting facility that would attract conventions and corporate events. This explanation justified the presence of construction crews, the movement of massive amounts of building materials, and the extensive excavation work. Resort guests and local residents saw exactly what they expected to see: the construction of a new addition to an already impressive facility. The reality was far more complex. While crews were indeed building an exhibition hall, they were simultaneously excavating a vast underground complex that extended far beyond the footprint of the visible construction. The bunker was designed as a hardened facility that could withstand a direct nuclear attack, with reinforced concrete walls several feet thick and blast doors that could seal the facility off from the contaminated outside world. The underground facility was essentially a small city, complete with all the infrastructure needed to sustain hundreds of people for extended periods. There were dormitories with bunk beds for members of Congress, private quarters for leadership, meeting rooms that could function as legislative chambers, dining facilities, medical facilities, communication centers, and all the support services needed to keep a government running. The scale of the construction was enormous. Workers had to remove thousands of tons of rock and earth, all while maintaining the fiction that they were simply building a convention center. Dump trucks carried away excavated material during off-peak hours, and construction schedules were carefully coordinated to minimize the visibility of the true scope of the project. Security measures were intense. Background checks were conducted on all workers, and anyone involved in the construction was required to sign confidentiality agreements. The bunker's location beneath the resort wasn't accidental. It was strategically brilliant. The Greenbrier had been hosting government officials and business leaders for decades. It was common to see members of Congress, military leaders, and other high-ranking officials at the resort for legitimate conferences and recreational visits. This provided perfect cover for the regular security updates and maintenance visits that would be necessary to keep the bunker operational. The facility was designed to be completely self-sufficient. Massive diesel generators could provide power for months if the electrical grid was destroyed. Water treatment facilities could process and recycle water indefinitely. Air filtration systems could remove radioactive particles and chemical contaminants. Food storage areas were stocked with enough provisions to feed 650 people for 60 days, with the assumption that additional supplies could be brought in if the facility remained operational longer. Communication capabilities were perhaps the most critical aspect of the bunker. Banks of radio equipment, telephone switching systems, and early computer terminals would allow the relocated Congress to stay in contact with military forces, state governments, and international allies. The communication center was designed to function even if most of the nation's communication infrastructure had been destroyed, using hardened landlines, shortwave radio, and satellite communications. The medical facilities were equipped to handle everything from routine injuries to major surgical procedures. The bunker included an operating room, recovery beds, a pharmacy stocked with essential medications, and medical equipment that could function independently of outside support. This was crucial because, in the event of nuclear war, normal medical services would likely be unavailable or overwhelmed. But the bunker wasn't just about survival. It was about maintaining the continuity of American democracy under the most extreme circumstances imaginable. The facility included a legislative chamber where Congress could continue to meet and vote on essential legislation. There were offices where committee work could continue, and secured communication lines that would allow members to stay in contact with their constituents, assuming communication networks in their home districts survived. The operational security surrounding the bunker was extraordinary. Even most of the resort staff had no idea what lay beneath their feet. Only a small number of trusted individuals knew the full scope of the facility. Maintenance workers who entered the bunker for routine upkeep were carefully screened and monitored. Security measures included multiple layers of access control, with different areas of the bunker requiring different levels of clearance. The entrance to the bunker was hidden in plain sight. What appeared to be a normal service door in the exhibition hall actually led to a tunnel that connected to the main bunker complex. The entrance was designed to look like routine building infrastructure, and only someone with specific knowledge would recognize its true purpose. Emergency entrances were similarly camouflaged, designed to be accessible during a crisis, but invisible to casual observation. Life in the bunker during an actual emergency would have been challenging under the best circumstances. While the facility was designed to maintain basic comfort and functionality, it was still essentially an underground prison. There were no windows, no natural light, and no access to the outside world except through monitored communication systems. The psychological impact of confinement in such an environment, especially during a national crisis, would have been enormous. The bunker's designers had to consider not just physical survival, but the mental health of the people who would be living there. Recreation areas were included, with basic exercise equipment and spaces for relaxation. Libraries were stocked with books and reference materials. Even simple amenities like adequate lighting and temperature control were carefully planned to make the environment as bearable as possible during what could be an extended stay. Food service in the bunker was planned with both nutrition and morale in mind. While the meals would necessarily be basic compared to the luxury dining available in the resort above, efforts were made to ensure that the food would be palatable and varied enough to maintain morale during a crisis. The kitchen facilities were designed to prepare meals for hundreds of people with limited ingredients, similar to military field kitchens, but adapted for longer-term operation. The facility included detailed evacuation and safety procedures for every conceivable emergency. What would happen if the bunker itself were compromised? How would people evacuate if the main entrance were blocked? The designers created multiple emergency exits, backup power systems, and alternative communication methods. Every system had redundancy built in, because in a post-nuclear environment, there would be no possibility of outside assistance if something went wrong. Maintaining the bunker's readiness required constant attention and periodic updates. Technology evolved rapidly during the Cold War, and communication systems that were state-of-the-art in the 1950s were obsolete by the 1970s. Regular upgrades were necessary to keep the facility current with changing government needs and advancing technology. These updates had to be performed discreetly, without alerting resort guests or staff to the true nature of the facility. The human cost of maintaining such a secret was significant. Families of the workers and government officials who knew about the bunker lived with the knowledge that they could never discuss one of the most significant aspects of their professional lives. Children grew up not knowing what their parents really did for work. Spouses had to accept that there were parts of their partner's job that could never be shared. The psychological burden of keeping such a massive secret affected everyone involved in the project. Training exercises were periodically conducted to ensure that the bunker could be activated quickly in a real emergency. These exercises had to be planned carefully to avoid detection by resort guests and staff. Mock evacuations were conducted during off-season periods when the resort had fewer visitors. Communication systems were tested regularly, but in ways that appeared to be routine maintenance rather than emergency preparedness. The bunker was designed to accommodate the entire membership of both houses of Congress, but the reality of activating such a facility during a real crisis would have been incredibly complex. How would members of Congress be notified and transported to the facility during a nuclear emergency? How long would they have to reach the bunker before it was sealed? What would happen to members who couldn't reach the facility in time? These questions haunted the planners throughout the Cold War. As decades passed, the strategic situation changed, but the bunker remained operational. The facility was updated and modernized several times to reflect changing technology and evolving government needs. New communication equipment was installed, living quarters were improved, and emergency procedures were revised based on lessons learned from training exercises and changing nuclear threats. The secret began to unravel in the 1980s and early 1990s. Investigative journalists started asking questions about unusual aspects of the Greenbrier resort. Local residents had noticed patterns in government visits and construction activities that didn't quite match the official explanations. Former employees began sharing stories that hinted at something more than a simple conference facility. The end came in 1992 when a Washington Post reporter published a detailed expose revealing the existence of the bunker. The article described the facility in remarkable detail, effectively ending its usefulness as a secret government refuge. Once the location was publicly known, it could no longer serve its intended purpose, because any potential enemy would know exactly where to target an attack. The revelation of the bunker's existence raised fascinating questions about democracy, secrecy, and survival. Was it appropriate for the government to maintain such a facility without public knowledge or debate? How many other similar facilities might exist? What other preparations for extreme emergencies might be hidden from public view? The bunker represented both the government's commitment to continuity and the extraordinary secrecy that characterized the Cold War era. After its exposure, portions of the bunker were converted into a tourist attraction, allowing the public to see for the first time what had been hidden beneath their feet for decades. Walking through the facility today, visitors can see the dormitories where senators would have slept, the meeting rooms where emergency legislation would have been debated, and the communication centers that would have connected the underground government to the outside world. The Greenbrier Bunker stands as a testament to human ingenuity, government secrecy, and the extraordinary measures taken during the Cold War to ensure national survival. It represents a time when the possibility of nuclear annihilation was so real that the government invested enormous resources in preparing for the unthinkable. The facility reminds us that beneath the surface of normal life, extraordinary preparations were being made for scenarios that fortunately never came to pass. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect of the Greenbrier Bunker isn't what we know about it, but what it suggests about what we might not know. If such an elaborate facility could remain secret for over 30 years, hidden beneath a popular resort visited by thousands of people annually, what other underground facilities might exist? What other preparations for extreme emergencies might be concealed in plain sight, waiting to be discovered or revealed? The Greenbrier Bunker may have been exposed, but it serves as a reminder that the world beneath our feet may hold secrets that we can't even imagine. Beneath the colorful colonial streets of Guanajuato, Mexico, lies a hidden world that most visitors never see. A labyrinthine network of tunnels stretches for miles beneath the city, creating an entire underground street system that serves as the main thoroughfare for thousands of people every day. But these aren't modern subway tunnels or carefully planned underground highways. There's something far stranger, something that began as a desperate solution to a natural disaster and evolved into one of the most unique urban landscapes on Earth. The story of Guanajuato's underground tunnels begins not with urban planning, but with water. For centuries, the city sat precariously in a narrow valley, surrounded by mountains that funneled rainwater directly into the heart of the settlement. Every rainy season brought the threat of devastating floods that would sweep through the streets, destroying homes and businesses, claiming lives and washing away years of progress. The Guanajuato River, which ran directly through the center of town, was both a lifeline and a curse, providing water for the silver mines that made the city wealthy while simultaneously threatening to destroy everything the miners had built. The flooding wasn't just an inconvenience, it was a matter of life and death. Historical records from the 1700s describe floods so severe that entire buildings were swept away, their foundations undermined by the rushing water. Families would lose everything in a single night as the river burst its banks and transformed the narrow streets into raging torrents. The mining operations that formed the backbone of the local economy were constantly threatened, with mine shafts flooding and equipment being destroyed by the relentless water. By the 1800s, the flooding had become so severe that something drastic had to be done. The city's engineers proposed a radical solution that would change Guanajuato forever. Instead of trying to control the river, they would redirect it entirely. They would dig massive tunnels beneath the city, creating an underground channel that would carry the water safely around the populated areas. It was an ambitious plan, one that would require years of dangerous work in cramped, unstable conditions. But it was the only way to save the city from the floods that threatened to wipe it off the map. The construction of these tunnels was a monumental undertaking that began in 1864. Workers had to dig through solid rock, using only hand tools and dynamite, creating passages wide enough to carry not just water, but eventually entire streams of traffic. The work was backbreaking and deadly. Many miners lost their lives in cave-ins, explosions, and accidents. The tunnels had to be carved through varying types of rock, from soft limestone that could collapse without warning to harder granite that required careful blasting with primitive explosives. The engineering challenges were immense. The tunnels had to follow the natural path of the river while avoiding the foundations of existing buildings. They had to be deep enough to handle the worst floods, but not so deep that they would be impossible to construct with the technology available at the time. The workers had to create a system of drainage and ventilation that would prevent the tunnels from becoming death traps filled with poisonous gases or standing water. What makes the original construction even more remarkable is that it was carried out while the city continued to function above ground. Residents went about their daily lives while miners worked around the clock beneath their feet, blasting through rock and hauling out debris through narrow shafts that connected to the surface. The noise must have been tremendous, with the constant sound of drilling, blasting, and heavy machinery echoing through the underground spaces and up into the streets above. The workers who built these tunnels came from the same community of miners who had been extracting silver from the surrounding mountains for centuries. They understood rock formations and underground construction in ways that few people did. But even for them, this project was unlike anything they had ever attempted. They were creating not just mine shafts or small underground chambers, but an entire underground highway system that would have to function for decades to come. Slowly, methodically, they carved out a network of tunnels that would become the foundation of modern Guanajuato. The main tunnel, known as the Tunnel of the Sirp, stretches for over 2 miles beneath the city center. It's wide enough for multiple lanes of traffic and tall enough to accommodate large trucks and buses. But this main artery is just one part of a much larger underground network that includes dozens of smaller tunnels, connecting passages and chambers that serve various purposes. What makes these tunnels truly remarkable is what happened after the water was diverted. By the mid-20th century, the flooding problem had been solved, but the city faced a new challenge: traffic. Guanajuato's streets were never designed for modern vehicles. They were narrow, winding colonial pathways that had been built for horses and foot traffic, not cars and buses. The original street system was so narrow that 2 cars could barely pass each other, and the steep grades made navigation difficult for larger vehicles. The solution was as ingenious as it was obvious. The empty flood tunnels could be converted into underground roadways. But this conversion wasn't simply a matter of paving the tunnel floors and installing streetlights. The tunnels had to be modified to accommodate modern traffic patterns, with proper ventilation systems to handle car exhaust, lighting systems that could illuminate the vast underground spaces, and traffic control systems that could manage the flow of vehicles through the complex network of intersecting passages. The conversion process began in 1964 and continued for decades as the city grew and traffic patterns changed. Engineers had to carefully study the original tunnel construction to understand how modifications could be made without compromising the structural integrity of the underground system. They had to install modern drainage systems to handle water that still flowed through parts of the tunnel network during heavy rains. They had to create emergency exits and safety systems that would allow people to escape from the tunnels in case of accidents or emergencies. Today, driving through Guanajuato is unlike driving through any other city in the world. You might enter the underground system through what looks like an ordinary tunnel entrance, only to find yourself in a vast subterranean highway system. The tunnels twist and turn beneath the city, following the path of the old river, creating a network of roads that exists in complete darkness. Streetlights line the walls, casting eerie shadows on the rough stone surfaces that still bear the marks of the miners who carved them more than a century ago. The experience of driving through these tunnels is surreal and disorienting. You descend from the bright, colorful streets of colonial Guanajuato into a world of artificial light and rough stone walls. The tunnels are wide enough to feel spacious, but the low ceiling and curved walls create a sense of enclosure that can be claustrophobic for some drivers. The sound of engines echoes strangely in the confined space, and the artificial lighting creates shadows and visual effects that can be confusing for newcomers. But here's where the story gets strange. The tunnels of Guanajuato aren't just functional, they're mysterious. There are passages that lead nowhere, chambers that seem to serve no purpose, and sections of the tunnel system that remain unexplored to this day. Some of these mysterious spaces date back to the original mining operations that made Guanajuato wealthy. Others appear to have been created later, during the tunnel construction, for reasons that no one can fully explain. Local residents have reported strange phenomena in the tunnels for decades. Sounds that don't match the traffic above, echoes that seem to come from empty spaces, cold spots that can't be explained by the natural temperature of the underground environment. Some say they've seen figures moving in the darkness beyond the reach of the streetlights, shadows that disappear when you look directly at them. These reports are difficult to verify, but they're persistent enough that many locals avoid certain sections of the tunnel system, particularly late at night. The tunnels connect to a vast network of underground spaces that extends far beyond the modern road system. Guanajuato sits on top of hundreds of old mine shafts, storage chambers, and forgotten passages that were carved out during the city's silver mining boom. Many of these spaces have been sealed off or forgotten, but they're still there, creating a hidden world beneath the hidden world that tourists and residents use every day. The mining history of Guanajuato dates back to the 16th century, when Spanish conquistadors discovered some of the richest silver deposits in the Americas. For over 300 years, miners dug deep into the mountains surrounding the city, creating a network of shafts and tunnels that extends for miles in every direction. Some of these mine tunnels are hundreds of feet deep, carved directly into the mountainside, and extending far beneath the city itself. Many of these old mining tunnels were abandoned when the silver ran out or when newer, more profitable mines were discovered elsewhere. But they weren't filled in or destroyed. They were simply sealed up and forgotten, left to exist as empty spaces beneath the city. Over time, some of these seals have failed, creating connections between the old mining tunnels and the newer flood-controlled tunnels that now serve as roads. Some historians believe that during Mexico's War of Independence, revolutionaries used these forgotten passages to move weapons and supplies without detection. The tunnels provided a perfect hiding place, a network of secret routes that the Spanish colonial authorities could never fully map or control. There are stories of treasure hidden in sealed chambers, of secret meetings held in caverns that haven't seen daylight in centuries, of entire sections of the tunnel system that were deliberately concealed to protect whatever secrets they contained. The revolutionary period in Mexican history was a time of great upheaval and violence, particularly in mining regions like Guanajuato, where Spanish colonial authorities had concentrated wealth and power for centuries. Revolutionary leaders like Miguel Hidalgo and José María Morelos needed secure places to meet, plan operations, and store supplies. The underground tunnel system provided the perfect solution, offering a network of hidden passages that could be used to move people and materials without detection. Some of these revolutionary-era modifications to the tunnel system may still exist today. There are persistent rumors of hidden chambers that contain artifacts from the independence movement, including weapons, documents, and personal belongings of famous revolutionary leaders. If true, these hidden spaces would represent an invaluable historical resource, providing insights into one of the most important periods in Mexican history. Modern urban explorers who have ventured into the abandoned sections of the tunnel system describe a maze of passages that seems to go on forever. Some tunnels are wide enough to drive a truck through. Others are so narrow that you have to crawl on your hands and knees. Some lead to vast underground chambers carved out of solid rock. Others end abruptly at cave-ins or deliberately sealed walls. The variety of tunnel sizes and configurations suggests that the underground network was created over many different time periods by people with very different purposes in mind. The exploration of these abandoned tunnels is dangerous and officially discouraged by local authorities. Many of the passages are structurally unsound, with loose rock that could collapse without warning. Others contain dangerous gases that have accumulated over decades of abandonment. Some tunnels flood during heavy rains, creating the risk of drowning for anyone caught inside. Despite these dangers, urban explorers continue to venture into the forbidden sections of the tunnel system, driven by curiosity about what secrets might be hidden in the darkness. The really unsettling part is that no one knows exactly how extensive the tunnel system really is. The official maps show the main roadways and the known mining tunnels, but local residents insist that there are far more passages than anyone has ever documented. Construction workers occasionally break through into previously unknown chambers. Sometimes these discoveries are reported and mapped. Sometimes they're quietly sealed up and forgotten, particularly if they're deemed too dangerous for public access, or if they contain something that the authorities prefer to keep secret. There's a persistent legend in Guanajuato about a master map that shows the true extent of the underground system. According to the story, this map was created by the original mining companies and later updated by the engineers who built the flood tunnels. It supposedly shows not just the roads and the known mining passages, but also the secret chambers, the hidden entrances, and the forgotten passages that connect to buildings throughout the city. If such a map exists, it's never been made public, and attempts to obtain it through official channels have been unsuccessful. The legend of the master map is supported by the fact that many of the tunnel connections seem to follow a pattern that suggests careful planning rather than random development. The way the various tunnel systems connect to each other, the strategic placement of access points, and the careful integration of the flood control tunnels with the older mining passages all suggest that someone had a comprehensive understanding of the underground network and planned its development accordingly. What we do know is that the tunnel system connects to far more buildings than most people realize. Many of the colonial mansions and government buildings in Guanajuato have basements that connect directly to the tunnel network. Some of these connections are official and well-known, used for legitimate purposes like utility access or emergency exits. Others are rumored to exist but have never been confirmed. During the Mexican Revolution, some of these hidden connections allegedly allowed important figures to escape from the city without being seen, disappearing into the tunnels and emerging miles away. The colonial architecture of Guanajuato is particularly well-suited to these underground connections. Many of the older buildings were constructed with deep foundations and extensive basement systems, originally designed to provide cool storage space in the hot climate. These basements were often carved directly into the bedrock, creating natural connection points with the tunnel system. Over time, some building owners may have expanded these connections, creating private access routes to the underground network. The tunnels also connect to Guanajuato's most famous attraction in a way that most tourists never realize. The city's mummies, displayed in the Museum of the Mummies, were originally discovered in the city's underground cemetery spaces. These chambers, carved directly into the rock beneath the city, are connected to the same geological formations that house the tunnel system. Some researchers believe that the unique preservation of the mummies might be related to the specific atmospheric conditions created by the extensive tunnel network, though this theory has never been proven. The mummies of Guanajuato are naturally preserved bodies that were discovered in the city's cemetery during the late 19th century. The dry climate and specific soil conditions created a natural mummification process that preserved the bodies in remarkable detail. But what's interesting is that these mummies were found in underground burial chambers that are part of the same underground network as the tunnel system. This suggests that the unique environmental conditions that exist beneath Guanajuato may extend throughout the entire underground network. Perhaps the strangest aspect of the Guanajuato tunnels is how they've affected the city's acoustics. Residents often report hearing sounds from other parts of the city that seem to travel through the underground passages. Conversations from the surface can sometimes be heard clearly in the tunnels below, even when the speakers are blocks away. Musicians have discovered that certain locations in the tunnel system create unusual echo effects, amplifying sound in ways that seem to defy explanation. These acoustic phenomena are likely related to the specific geometry of the tunnel system and the materials from which it was constructed. The combination of hard rock surfaces, curved tunnel walls, and the complex network of interconnected passages creates a kind of natural amplification system that can carry sounds much farther than would normally be possible. Some residents have learned to use these acoustic properties to their advantage, communicating with people in other parts of the city through the tunnel system. The tunnels have also created their own unique ecosystem. Despite being primarily underground roadways, they support a surprising variety of life. Bats roost in the unused passages, taking advantage of the dark, quiet spaces to raise their young. Unusual insects have been found in the deeper sections, some of which appear to be species that exist nowhere else. The constant temperature and humidity levels in the tunnels have created microenvironments that scientists are only beginning to study. The biological diversity of the tunnel system is particularly interesting because it suggests that the underground network has been stable and undisturbed for long enough to allow unique species to evolve. This would support the theory that much of the tunnel system is older than the official records indicate, predating the flood control construction by decades or even centuries. Local authorities maintain that the tunnel system is completely mapped and that all accessible areas are either in use as roadways or have been properly sealed for safety reasons. But urban explorers and local residents tell a different story. They describe vast sections of the underground network that remain unexplored, passages that lead to chambers filled with old mining equipment, forgotten storage areas that still contain artifacts from centuries past. Some of these unexplored areas are said to contain evidence of the city's mining heritage, including old tools, mining carts, and even the remains of miners who died in accidents centuries ago. Other areas reportedly contain more recent artifacts, including equipment and supplies left behind during the construction of the flood control tunnels. If these reports are true, the abandoned sections of the tunnel system would represent a kind of underground museum, preserving the history of Guanajuato's development over several centuries. There are reports of underground rivers that still flow through sections of the original tunnel system, carrying water through passages that were never converted to roadways. Some of these underground waterways are said to connect to natural caves in the surrounding mountains, creating a network of underground rivers that extends far beyond the city limits. During heavy rains, these underground rivers can become torrents, flooding sections of the tunnel system and creating dangerous conditions for anyone caught inside. The existence of these underground waterways raises questions about the original purpose of some sections of the tunnel system. While the main tunnels were clearly designed for flood control, some of the smaller passages may have been created to manage groundwater or to provide access to underground springs. The mountains surrounding Guanajuato contain numerous natural springs and underground water sources, and it's possible that some of the tunnel system was designed to tap into these water supplies for the mining operations. The most persistent mystery involves the deepest levels of the tunnel system. While the roadways and known mining tunnels are relatively shallow, there are indications that the underground network extends much deeper into the earth. Ground-penetrating radar surveys have detected large voids far below the current tunnel system, suggesting the existence of chambers and passages that may predate the Spanish colonial period entirely. These deep underground spaces are particularly intriguing because they suggest that the history of underground construction in Guanajuato may be much older than anyone has previously realized. If natural caves or pre-Columbian mining operations exist beneath the current tunnel system, they could provide insights into the indigenous peoples who lived in the area before the Spanish conquest. Some researchers have speculated that these deeper passages might be natural cave systems that were later connected to the man-made tunnels. The geology of the Guanajuato region includes limestone and other rock formations that are prone to natural cave formation. Over thousands of years, underground water flow could have created extensive cave systems that early miners and tunnel builders later discovered and incorporated into their own construction projects. Others believe they could be evidence of pre-Columbian mining operations, created by indigenous peoples who were extracting silver from the area long before the Spanish arrived. If true, this would mean that the tunnels of Guanajuato are built on top of an even older underground network, one that has been forgotten by history. Archaeological evidence suggests that indigenous peoples in the region had sophisticated knowledge of mining and metalworking, and it's possible that they created underground mining operations that were later expanded and modified by Spanish colonial miners. The tunnels continue to evolve and expand. New sections are occasionally added to accommodate growing traffic needs, and these construction projects sometimes reveal previously unknown chambers or passages. Each discovery raises new questions about the true extent and age of the underground network. Workers have found old tools, human remains, and artifacts that don't match the known history of the tunnel construction, suggesting that people have been digging beneath Guanajuato for far longer than anyone realized. Recent construction projects have also revealed evidence of multiple phases of tunnel construction, with newer passages built on top of or alongside much older ones. The construction techniques and materials used in different sections of the tunnel system vary significantly, suggesting that the underground network was built over many different time periods by people with different levels of technology and different purposes in mind. Today, driving through the tunnels of Guanajuato is an everyday experience for local residents, but it remains one of the most surreal urban environments in the world. You descend into darkness and find yourself in a bustling underground highway system, surrounded by stone walls that echo with the sounds of modern traffic while hiding centuries of secrets. It's a place where the practical and the mysterious coexist, where a solution to an old problem created a new enigma that continues to puzzle researchers and urban explorers alike. The tunnels of Guanajuato remind us that beneath our feet, in cities around the world, there are hidden spaces and forgotten passages that hold secrets we may never fully understand. They're a testament to human ingenuity and determination, but also to the enduring mystery of what lies beneath the surface of our everyday world. In Guanajuato, every time you drive through the underground tunnels, you're traveling through layers of history, passing by sealed passages and forgotten chambers that hold stories we're only beginning to understand. Deep beneath the rolling hills of Wiltshire, England, lies one of the most secretive government facilities ever constructed. Known officially as the Regional Government Headquarters 6, but commonly called Burlington Bunker, this massive underground complex was designed to house the British government in the event of nuclear war. For decades, its very existence was denied by officials. Even today, nearly 30 years after the end of the Cold War, Much about Burlington remains classified, shrouded in the kind of secrecy that spawns legends and conspiracy theories. The story of Burlington begins in the darkest days of the Cold War, when the threat of nuclear annihilation hung over the world like a sword. In the 1950s, as the United States and Soviet Union built increasingly powerful nuclear arsenals, the British government faced a terrifying reality. London, with its concentration of government buildings and military headquarters, would be among the first targets in any nuclear exchange. If the unthinkable happened, the entire British government could be wiped out in a matter of minutes. The nuclear threat was very real and growing more dangerous by the year. The Soviet Union had successfully tested its first atomic bomb in 1949, and by the mid-50s, both superpowers were developing hydrogen bombs with destructive power measured in megatons rather than kilotons. A single hydrogen bomb could destroy an entire city, and military planners on both sides were developing strategies for massive nuclear strikes that could devastate entire countries in a matter of hours. British military planners understood that in a nuclear war, the survival of the government would be crucial to the survival of the nation. Without a functioning government, Britain would be unable to coordinate its military response, maintain order among the surviving population, or negotiate an end to the conflict. The government would need a secure location from which to operate, one that could survive a direct nuclear attack and continue to function even if the rest of the country was in ruins. The solution was as ambitious as it was secretive. Beginning in the late 1950s, the British government began construction of a massive underground city, carved directly into the limestone bedrock beneath the Wiltshire countryside. The location was chosen carefully, far enough from London to survive a direct nuclear strike on the capital, but close enough that key government officials could reach it quickly in a crisis. The site was also chosen for its geological properties, with stable limestone that could be excavated to create large underground chambers without the risk of collapse. The selection of the Burlington site involved extensive geological surveys and strategic planning. Military experts analyzed potential Soviet targeting strategies, trying to identify locations that would be far enough from major population centers and military installations to avoid direct attack. They also had to consider transportation routes, ensuring that government officials could reach the facility quickly even if major highways and railways were damaged or destroyed. Burlington was designed to be completely self-sufficient. The complex was built to house up to 4,000 people for up to 3 months without any outside support. This wasn't just a simple bomb shelter. It was a complete underground government facility, designed to ensure that Britain could continue to function as a nation even after a nuclear war had destroyed most of the country above ground. The facility would need to provide not just shelter, but all the infrastructure necessary to run a modern government during the most challenging circumstances imaginable. The scale of this undertaking was enormous. The designers had to create an underground city that could accommodate thousands of people while providing all the necessities of life. This meant not just dormitories and offices, but kitchens capable of feeding thousands of people, medical facilities that could handle everything from routine healthcare to major surgery, and recreational facilities that could help maintain morale during what might be months of underground confinement. The construction of Burlington was one of the largest and most secretive engineering projects in British history. Workers had to excavate millions of tons of limestone, creating a network of chambers and tunnels that stretched for miles beneath the countryside. The entire project was carried out under conditions of absolute secrecy. Workers were sworn to secrecy and compartmentalized so that no single person understood the full scope of what was being built. The excavation work began in earnest in 1958 and continued for over a decade. The project required the removal of approximately 2.5 million tons of rock and soil, creating underground spaces that totaled over 240 acres. The excavated material had to be disposed of carefully to avoid creating suspicious mounds of earth that might reveal the location of the secret construction project. Much of the limestone was crushed and used for road construction projects throughout the region, helping to disguise the massive scale of the excavation. The construction workers came from all over Britain, recruited for their skills in underground construction and their ability to maintain secrecy. Many were miners who had experience working in challenging underground conditions. Others were construction workers who specialized in large-scale excavation projects. All were required to sign the Official Secrets Act and submit to extensive background checks before being allowed on the site. What makes Burlington truly remarkable is its sheer scale. The facility is enormous, with over 60 miles of roads and tunnels spread across a site that covers several square miles. The main chamber, known as Area 1, is large enough to house the Prime Minister's office, cabinet meeting rooms, and all the essential government departments needed to run the country. This central area was designed to replicate the functions of Whitehall and Downing Street, allowing the government to continue operating with minimal disruption to established procedures and chains of command. The road system within Burlington was designed to handle heavy traffic, with multiple lanes and intersections that could accommodate everything from passenger cars to heavy trucks carrying supplies. The roads were built to the same standards as surface highways, with proper drainage, lighting, and traffic control systems. The entire underground road network was designed to be self-contained, allowing vehicles to move throughout the facility without ever needing to return to the surface. There are dormitories for thousands of people, massive kitchens capable of feeding the entire population, and storage areas filled with everything from food and water to weapons and fuel. The dormitories were designed to provide basic privacy and comfort while maximizing the efficient use of space. Each sleeping area included personal storage space and access to communal bathrooms and shower facilities. The designers understood that maintaining morale during an extended underground stay would be crucial to the facility's success. The kitchen facilities were particularly impressive, designed to prepare 3 meals a day for up to 4,000 people using preserved and stored food supplies. The kitchens included industrial-scale cooking equipment, refrigeration systems, and food storage areas that could maintain supplies for months without resupply. The facility also included water treatment and sewage processing systems that could handle the waste produced by thousands of people while maintaining sanitary conditions throughout the complex. The facility was designed to replicate as much of normal government function as possible. There were telephone exchanges capable of handling thousands of calls, radio communication centers that could maintain contact with military units around the world, and even a BBC studio where the Prime Minister could address the nation from underground. The idea was that the British people, huddled in their own shelters or struggling to survive in the radioactive wasteland above, would never know that their government was operating from a secret bunker. The communication systems at Burlington were state-of-the-art for their time, designed to maintain contact with government facilities, military bases, and surviving population centers throughout Britain and around the world. The facility included multiple redundant communication systems, ensuring that contact could be maintained even if some systems were damaged or destroyed. There were secure telephone lines, radio transmitters capable of reaching anywhere in the world, and early computer systems that could process and store vast amounts of information. The BBC studio was particularly important to the government's continuity plans. In the event of nuclear war, maintaining communication with the surviving population would be crucial for maintaining order and coordinating recovery efforts. The studio was equipped with professional broadcasting equipment and could transmit radio and television signals to any surviving broadcast stations throughout the country. Scripts were prepared in advance for various scenarios, allowing government officials to quickly broadcast important information to the public. But Burlington was more than just a government shelter. It was designed to be the nerve center for Britain's post-nuclear survival. The facility contained detailed plans for rebuilding the country after a nuclear war, stockpiles of essential supplies, and command centers from which military operations could be coordinated. There were medical facilities capable of performing surgery, workshops where essential equipment could be repaired, and even entertainment areas where the underground population could try to maintain some semblance of normal life. The medical facilities at Burlington were designed to handle everything from routine health care to major medical emergencies. The complex included fully equipped operating rooms, dental facilities, and a pharmacy stocked with essential medications. Medical staff would be among the essential personnel admitted to the facility, and detailed plans existed for treating radiation sickness and other injuries that might result from nuclear attack. The medical facilities were also designed to handle psychological trauma, recognizing that the stress of nuclear war and extended underground confinement could have serious mental health consequences. The workshop areas were designed to maintain and repair essential equipment during an extended stay underground. These facilities included machine shops, electrical repair stations, and storage areas for spare parts and raw materials. The workshops would be staffed by skilled technicians who could keep the facility's life support systems, communication equipment, and vehicles in working order. The ability to manufacture and repair essential items was considered crucial to the facility's long-term survival. The secrecy surrounding Burlington was absolute. For decades, the British government refused to acknowledge that the facility even existed. Official documents referred to it only by code names, and even members of Parliament were kept in the dark about its location and capabilities. This secrecy created an atmosphere of mystery that persists to this day. The facility was referred to in government documents by various code names, including Stockwell, Subterfuge, and Peripheral, designed to confuse anyone who might intercept official communications about the project. Local residents in the area around Burlington knew that something was happening beneath their feet, but they could only guess at what it might be. There were stories of massive construction projects happening in the middle of the night, of military vehicles coming and going along country roads, of entire sections of the countryside that were suddenly off-limits to civilians. But anyone who asked questions was told that it was just routine military training or classified research projects that couldn't be discussed for national security reasons. The construction work was carried out as quietly as possible, but it was impossible to completely hide such a massive project. Local residents reported seeing unusual amounts of truck traffic carrying construction materials and excavated rock. They noticed new roads being built to remote areas of the countryside, and they observed military personnel and construction workers coming and going at all hours of the day and night. Some residents became suspicious and began asking questions, but they were discouraged from pursuing their inquiries. The secrecy was so complete that many people who worked on the construction of Burlington never knew what they were building. Workers were brought in to complete specific tasks and then removed from the site, never seeing the larger picture. Even the companies that supplied materials for the project were kept in the dark about the ultimate purpose of their products. Contracts were divided among multiple suppliers to prevent any single company from understanding the full scope of the project. This compartmentalization extended to every aspect of the construction project. Architects designed individual sections of the facility without knowing how they fit into the overall plan. Engineers worked on specific systems without understanding their role in the larger complex. Even high-ranking government officials were given information only on a need-to-know basis, ensuring that no single person outside the innermost circle of planners knew all the details about Burlington's capabilities and purpose. What we know about Burlington today comes primarily from government documents that have been declassified in recent years, but even these official records raise more questions than they answer. The facility was apparently tested regularly during the Cold War, with government officials and military personnel conducting exercises to simulate how the bunker would operate during a real nuclear crisis. These exercises reportedly revealed serious problems with the facility's design and operation, but the nature of these problems remains classified. The exercises, known as transition to war exercises, were conducted annually throughout the Cold War period. They involved moving key government personnel to Burlington and simulating the conditions that would exist during an actual nuclear crisis. These exercises tested everything from the facility's life support systems to its communication capabilities to its ability to coordinate military operations from underground. The exercises also tested the psychological impact of extended underground confinement on the facility's occupants. Reports from these exercises suggest that Burlington faced significant challenges in fulfilling its intended role. The facility's ventilation systems struggled to handle the air quality problems created by housing thousands of people in enclosed underground spaces. The communication systems experienced frequent failures that could have made it difficult to coordinate government operations during a real crisis. Perhaps most seriously, the exercises revealed that many government officials found the psychological stress of underground confinement to be nearly unbearable, raising questions about whether they could effectively govern the country under such conditions. One of the most intriguing aspects of Burlington is its connection to Britain's nuclear weapons program. The facility was designed not just to shelter the government, but to serve as a command center from which Britain's nuclear retaliation could be coordinated. This means that Burlington contains some of the most sensitive military secrets in British history, including detailed information about the country's nuclear arsenal and targeting plans. The nuclear command facilities at Burlington were among the most secure and sophisticated sections of the entire complex. These areas were protected by additional layers of security and access control, ensuring that only the most senior military and government officials could authorize nuclear weapons use. The command centers included secure communication links to Britain's nuclear submarines, strategic bomber bases, and missile sites, allowing the government to coordinate a nuclear response even if military headquarters on the surface were destroyed. The targeting information stored at Burlington included detailed plans for nuclear strikes against Soviet military and civilian targets. These plans were constantly updated as intelligence about Soviet capabilities and intentions became available. The facility also contained information about British nuclear weapons capabilities, including the location and readiness status of nuclear weapons systems throughout the country. This information was considered so sensitive that it was accessible only to a handful of the most senior officials. The bunker was also connected to a network of similar facilities throughout Britain. These regional government headquarters were designed to work together, creating a distributed command structure that could survive even if one or more of the bunkers was destroyed. Each facility was connected to the others through secure communication lines, allowing the surviving elements of the government to coordinate their response to a nuclear attack. The network of regional government headquarters included facilities in Scotland, Wales, and various locations throughout England. Each was designed to serve a specific geographic region, maintaining government control and coordinating recovery operations in their assigned areas. The facilities were connected through buried communication cables that were designed to survive nuclear attack, ensuring that the surviving elements of the government could communicate and coordinate their response. Some of these other facilities were much smaller than Burlington, designed to house only a few hundred people for shorter periods. Others were comparable in size and scope, capable of supporting regional government operations for extended periods. The exact number and location of these facilities remains classified, but declassified documents suggest that the network included at least 12 major installations and numerous smaller support facilities. But perhaps the most mysterious aspect of Burlington is what happened there during the height of the Cold War. Declassified documents reveal that the facility was regularly staffed and maintained, with government officials and military personnel working there on a rotating basis. But what exactly they were doing remains largely unknown. Some researchers believe that Burlington served as more than just a potential wartime shelter, that it was actively used for sensitive government operations that required absolute secrecy. The facility was maintained in a state of constant readiness throughout the Cold War period, with essential systems tested regularly and supplies rotated and updated as needed. A small permanent staff maintained the facility's equipment and infrastructure, while larger groups of government and military personnel conducted regular training exercises. But there are indications that Burlington was used for other purposes as well, including activities that required the highest levels of security and secrecy. There are persistent rumors that Burlington was used for intelligence operations, including interrogations of high-value prisoners and meetings with foreign agents. The facility's isolation and security made it an ideal location for activities that the government wanted to keep hidden from the public and even from other government agencies. If true, this would mean that Burlington was not just a passive shelter, but an active center of Cold War espionage. The intelligence operations allegedly conducted at Burlington would have taken advantage of the facility's unique characteristics. The complete isolation from the outside world would have made it impossible for prisoners or foreign agents to determine their location, while the sophisticated security systems would have prevented any unauthorized access to sensitive information. The facility's communication systems would have allowed intelligence officers to maintain contact with agents and operations around the world, while conducting their work in complete secrecy. Some former government officials have hinted that Burlington was used for debriefing defectors from the Soviet Union and other communist countries. These debriefings would have been extremely sensitive, involving detailed discussions of Soviet military capabilities, intelligence operations, and political intentions. The secure environment at Burlington would have been ideal for these lengthy and delicate conversations, which could take weeks or months to complete. The bunker's design also raises questions about how long the government expected to remain underground. While the facility was officially designed to support 4,000 people for 3 months, some researchers believe that it was actually intended to serve as a permanent underground government, capable of operating indefinitely while the surface world recovered from nuclear devastation. The extensive nature of the facility, with its own power generation, water treatment, and waste disposal systems, suggests that it was designed for much longer-term occupation than officially acknowledged. The power generation systems at Burlington were particularly sophisticated, designed to operate completely independently of the national electrical grid. The facility included multiple diesel generators capable of providing electricity for all essential systems, as well as backup generators that could maintain critical functions even if the primary power systems failed. The fuel storage areas contained enough diesel fuel to run the generators for months, and plans existed for rationing electricity to extend the facility's operational life even further. The water systems were equally impressive, designed to provide clean drinking water and sanitation services for thousands of people over extended periods. The facility included its own water treatment plant, capable of processing groundwater from local wells and recycling wastewater for reuse. The designers understood that water would be one of the most critical resources during an extended underground stay, and they created systems that could maintain adequate supplies even under the most challenging conditions. One of the most unsettling aspects of Burlington is the question of who would have been saved and who would have been left behind. The facility had space for 4,000 people, but Britain's population at the time was over 50 million. This means that Burlington was designed to preserve only a tiny fraction of the British people, essentially writing off the vast majority of the population in the event of nuclear war. The selection criteria for who would be admitted to Burlington in a crisis remain classified, but it's clear that the facility was designed primarily for government officials, military leaders, and essential personnel. There are no indications that ordinary citizens would have been admitted, regardless of their circumstances. This raises disturbing questions about the government's attitude toward its own people and the lengths to which it was willing to go to preserve its own power. The government officials who would have been admitted to Burlington included the Prime Minister and cabinet members, senior civil servants, military commanders, and specialists in various fields deemed essential for post-war recovery. The exact list of who would be admitted was apparently updated regularly based on current government positions and changing assessments of who would be most important for national survival. The military personnel admitted to the facility would have included senior commanders from all branches of the armed forces, as well as specialists in nuclear weapons, communications, and intelligence. These individuals would have been responsible for coordinating Britain's military response to nuclear attack and maintaining contact with surviving military units throughout the country and around the world. The civilian specialists would have included doctors, engineers, scientists, and other professionals whose skills would be essential for rebuilding the country after a nuclear war. The selection of these individuals would have been based on detailed assessments of what skills and knowledge would be most critical for national recovery, and the list would have been updated regularly as technology and circumstances changed. The end of the Cold War in the late 1980s effectively ended Burlington's primary mission, but the facility remained operational for several more years. It wasn't until 1994 that the government finally acknowledged the existence of the bunker and announced that it was being decommissioned. Even then, many details about the facility remained classified, and the government refused to provide complete information about its capabilities or the activities that had taken place there. The decommissioning process was as secretive as the original construction had been. Government officials removed sensitive equipment and classified documents before announcing the facility's existence. Much of the facility's specialized equipment was destroyed or relocated to other secure sites, ensuring that its capabilities could not be studied or reverse-engineered by unauthorized individuals. The announcement of Burlington's existence was carefully managed to minimize public controversy and avoid revealing too much information about the government's Cold War preparations. Officials emphasized that the facility had been necessary for national security during the nuclear age, while avoiding detailed discussions of its capabilities or the activities that had taken place there. The announcement was timed to coincide with other revelations about Cold War government activities, helping to minimize its impact on public opinion. Today, parts of Burlington have been sold to private companies and converted to commercial use, but significant portions of the complex remain under government control. The exact current status of the facility is unclear, as the government continues to classify information about its capabilities and current use. Some researchers believe that parts of Burlington are still maintained as emergency government facilities, while others suggest that the bunker has been completely abandoned. The commercial areas of Burlington that have been opened to private companies provide fascinating glimpses into the facility's original design and purpose. These areas include vast underground storage facilities that take advantage of the stable temperature and humidity conditions created by the underground environment. The constant temperature makes these spaces ideal for storing sensitive materials, including historical documents, artwork, and electronic equipment. Some sections of the facility have been converted to data storage centers, taking advantage of the secure environment and reliable power systems that were originally designed for government use. The thick limestone walls provide natural protection against electromagnetic interference, making these areas ideal for sensitive electronic equipment. The facility's original communication systems have been updated and integrated with modern fiber optic networks, creating some of the most secure data storage facilities in Britain. The conversion of parts of Burlington to commercial use has provided some fascinating glimpses into the facility's original design. The complex includes vast underground chambers that were originally designed as government offices, dormitories that could house hundreds of people, and communication centers equipped with technology that was state-of-the-art for the Cold War era. But even these commercial areas represent only a small fraction of the total facility, and much of Burlington remains off-limits to civilians. The areas that remain under government control are believed to include the most sensitive sections of the original facility, including the nuclear command centers, the secure communication facilities, and the areas that were designed for intelligence operations. The government has never provided detailed information about what activities, if any, continue to take place in these restricted areas. One of the most intriguing aspects of Burlington is its connection to other secret government facilities. Declassified documents reveal that the bunker was just one part of a much larger network of underground facilities designed to ensure government survival in a nuclear war. Some of these other facilities remain operational today, raising questions about what other secrets might be hidden beneath the British countryside. The network of government continuity facilities apparently includes installations throughout Britain, each designed for specific purposes and capable of operating independently or as part of a coordinated system. Some of these facilities are believed to be much smaller than Burlington, designed for specialized functions rather than general government operations. Others may be comparable in size and scope, capable of housing large numbers of government personnel for extended periods. The existence of this network raises questions about the current state of British government continuity planning. While the threat of nuclear war has diminished since the end of the Cold War, new threats have emerged that might require similar preparations. Terrorist attacks, cyber warfare, and natural disasters all pose potential threats to government continuity, and it's possible that some of the Cold War-era facilities have been updated and maintained to address these new challenges. The legacy of Burlington extends far beyond its original Cold War mission. The facility represents one of the most ambitious and secretive government projects in British history, a testament to the paranoia and preparation that characterized the nuclear age. But it also raises disturbing questions about government secrecy, democratic accountability, and the lengths to which governments will go to preserve their own power. The secrecy that surrounded Burlington for decades highlights the extent to which Cold War governments were willing to operate without public knowledge or oversight. The facility was built and maintained for over 30 years without any meaningful public debate about its necessity, cost, or implications. This raises important questions about the balance between national security and democratic governance, and about the right of citizens to know how their government is preparing for potential crises. The enormous cost of Burlington and similar facilities also raises questions about government priorities during the Cold War period. The resources devoted to these projects could have been used for other purposes, including social programs, education, and infrastructure improvements that would have benefited the general population. The decision to invest heavily in facilities designed to preserve the government while leaving the general population largely unprotected reflects a particular view of national priorities that many citizens might have questioned if they had been aware of it. The bunker also highlights the bizarre reality of Cold War planning, where governments spent enormous resources preparing for a war that they hoped would never happen. The fact that Burlington was built and maintained for decades, at enormous cost, while its very existence was denied by the government, illustrates the strange world of Cold War secrecy, where normal rules of transparency and accountability were suspended in the name of national security. The psychological impact of Cold War planning is another disturbing aspect of the Burlington story. The facility was designed based on the assumption that nuclear war was not only possible but likely, and that the government needed to prepare for the complete destruction of British society. This mindset had profound effects on the officials who planned and maintained these facilities, creating a culture of secrecy and paranoia that extended far beyond the specific requirements of nuclear planning. The planning process for Burlington and similar facilities also reveals disturbing assumptions about social hierarchy and the value of different lives. The selection criteria for admission to the facility were based on official position and perceived usefulness rather than on any broader conception of human worth or democratic values. This approach to survival planning reflects a technocratic mindset that prioritized efficiency and functionality over equity and human dignity. Today, Burlington Bunker stands as a monument to one of the strangest chapters in modern history, a time when the world came closer to nuclear war than most people realized, and governments prepared for the unthinkable by building secret cities beneath the earth. The facility reminds us that beneath our feet, in countries around the world, there may be other secrets, other preparations for disasters we hope will never come, other hidden worlds that exist parallel to our everyday lives. The story of Burlington also serves as a reminder of how much we don't know about our own governments and their activities. Despite living in democratic societies with extensive media coverage and freedom of information laws, there are still secrets that are kept from the public for decades. The existence of Burlington was successfully hidden for over 30 years, and even now, many details about the facility remain classified. The facility also raises questions about what other government secrets might still be hidden from public view. If a project as massive as Burlington could be kept secret for so long, what other facilities or programs might currently be operating without public knowledge? The history of Burlington suggests that governments are capable of maintaining much more extensive secret operation than most citizens realize. The full story of Burlington may never be told. Too many documents remain classified, too many participants have taken their secrets to the grave, and too much of the facility remains off-limits to researchers. But what we do know is enough to remind us that the world of government secrecy extends far deeper than most of us imagine, and that some of the most important decisions about our future may be made in places we don't even know exist. The Burlington Bunker represents more than just a Cold War relic. It's a window into the mindset of governments during one of the most dangerous periods in human history, and a reminder of the extraordinary measures that were taken to prepare for a war that, fortunately, never came. But it's also a reminder that the capacity for secrecy and the willingness to make decisions without public input remain features of government operations today, long after the specific threats that created Burlington have faded into history. The underground world is filled with mysteries, some carved by ancient hands, some built in times of war, and others constructed in absolute secrecy, hidden beneath our everyday lives. The stories we've explored today are just a glimpse into the hidden, the ingenious, and the forgotten spaces that continue to reveal new secrets about human determination and survival. But the deeper we dig, the more questions we uncover.